The overs at Harbour Bowls, the byes count could be quite high, because that's very difficult for a keeper. I thought Rossington in the first innings kept superbly. There was turn and bounce, of course, especially on that first evening, and I thought he actually kept really nicely, because anything going down the leg side, bouncing and turning, that's really difficult for a keeper. And I think he took everything, including the catch off Dawson.
I'm not sure I'd be playing the reverse sweep though. He might be better served just trying to play normally when it's turning that much.
Yeah, I mean the sweep shot would be more standard, but also, I mean, an area that you don't hit against an off spinner turning and bouncing it is out square on the offside. That's just a big no-no. But reverse sweep kind of brings that into play. Here's Cook from the Hayes close end then, length ball. That's a thick outside edge, and that's racing down to third man, and that is 4 runs. Well, here we go, because we've only had, 7 balls of day 3, and Hampshire have already added 11.
Just going to update BBC Essex listeners. Oh, we're in for some fun and games this morning, Tom. Simon Harmer's already bowled his first over of the morning. It's turning miles for him, but Hampshire, who scored, remember, 95 runs in barely 50 minutes of play yesterday morning, have already added 11 runs this morning, including 4 byes and an edge from Sam Cook as well, which has just flown past second slip off the bat of Felix Organ. Remember, 299 is the Hampshire target. They've added 11 already this morning. They're 46 without loss, but at the moment it's pretty much looking like Simon Harmer against Hampshire.
Yeah. I don't think the crowd wanted to give the ball back there. They probably haven't liked what they've seen the first 7 balls. It's ages to get that ball back. I'm not sure there's any problems just below us, but they found it. Maybe it was hidden under something, under somebody's bag perhaps. Here's Cook. Right arm over and bowls to Organ. Organ gets one that's fullish, and he works it up to mid-on. He's taking a quick single now. It's a slow acceptance of that single, and the throw hits the stump, but fortunately Ian Holland's at home. But he just took a little while to get going there. He was surprised that Organ wanted to take a single. Organ moves on to 29, having overnight being 23, and Ian Holland has added just a single this morning.
Yeah, Nick Brown with the throw and direct hit of the man running to the striker's end, but he was well home. He didn't slide his bat in, but he was well home. But good throw from Brown, that one.
It was. Ian Holland just taking time to gather himself, and this is a big morning. They will have thought about this all night and all morning prior to the start of this game. This is a huge day as Holland drives on the up, and it's half stopped in the covers by Snater. Has taken most of the pace off the ball. Stopped to 4 certainly, but 2 runs Ian Holland will add to his total. Moves on to 15, and it's 49 without loss. Well, there's absolutely no doubt how Hampshire are going to play this already. I thought they might have waited a few balls, but as we saw in the first innings, 1 or 2 of the players didn't wait 1 or 2 balls against Harmer. They were at him from the off.
Shot a ball, isn't it?
It is a shot a ball at the moment, yeah. Very watchful against the seamers yesterday, but it looks like already they're going to play some shots. As that's a length ball from Cook, played back to him, and there is no run. Noticeable change in the temperature as well, isn't it? A little bit cooler the sea today.
Yeah, today's fine. Tomorrow looks okay. No, we're going to be worried about that. Sitting in our gardens, we might be worried about it, but not at cricket. Thursday is looking like there's going to be quite a lot of rain around. I was looking at the forecast earlier on as well. Quite a lot of rain in the west, southwest today. So the women's test might be affected down at Taunton.
Yeah. Here's Cook again. Then 2 slips weight and bowls, and that's just turned away down towards fine leg by Ian Holland. That'll be a single, and that's the 50 up for Hampshire. And that has come up in the 15th over of their second innings. And it's a round of applause from the crowd, which is nice. I'm sure they're going to be highly entertained tomorrow. I heard a few of them talking in front of us before 11 o'clock, and I think the one phrase I heard more than any other was, "We won't be here tomorrow." I didn't check out of the hotel, you know. I should have done,
didn't?
But no, well, I just don't fancy being homeless tonight in case something happens. Here comes Cook. That's edge, just short of Harmer at second slip, who does get a good strong right hand on that, and that is the end of the over. 2 overs gone this morning. Hampshire 50 without loss, need another 249.
Yeah, dropped well in front of Simon Harmer, but you can't keep him out of the game, can you? He's that sort of man. 8 wickets in the first innings, a half century in the Essex second innings, and turning the ball a long way, and then the ball just falls in front of him while he stood at second slip. So very much in the game, and it's almost like everyone sits up straighter in their seats when he comes on to bowl. As well, well, we can just doze off while things are going. With all due respect to Sam Cook, it's almost up here. Well, we just get through this over, and then we'll get to what's going to go on. It's what Essex do with their second spinner, whether they persist with Dan Lawrence, which didn't come off yesterday, or whether Tom Wesley turns his arm over at some point. But Harmer's ready to go again from this river end under grey skies. Strong breeze blowing, tosses that one up, and reverse sweep attempt again from Holland, which strikes the front pad. Essex have put a short third man in now as well to negate it going down to the boundary, and they've got Sam Cook down at deep backward point as Harmer is in once again, and on the back foot this time Holland, just pushing out to the onside, fielded by the man at forward short leg, who is Michael Pepper, who's not averse to the odd reverse sweep himself, as we found out yesterday.
It's got a backward point.
Yeah. Harmer. On the sweep, shout for LBW here across the line, given not out, as it goes down to third man. And they come through for a single, which is a leg by, and the score goes to 51 without loss.
That's the worry about playing across the line, is that's an arm ball. And it's fine if he's bouncing it and it's turning, it's too much bounce because the umpire isn't really going to give that out. He's got to be totally sure. But with an arm ball, you can't be sweeping from straight.
Harmer in again, this time to Organ. Off the back foot, plays that very nicely through the covers. Tom Wesley's giving chase from mid-off. Should just haul it in inside the rope, which he does, and they come through for 3 runs. Not a good shot that from Organ. He goes to 32, and the score up to 54 without loss. Yes, the arm ball, for those who just joining us, is the one that just goes straight and doesn't turn, deliberately bowls so it doesn't turn. So
so you've got to be very careful sweeping that one, because the umpire will know as well.
But you would hope the batter would be able to read that,
unless he's premeditated.
Harmer in again, tossing that one outside off stump, and Holland from the crease plays defensively, drops down in front of him, and there's no run. So only 54 without loss, another 245 runs required. This next one from Harmer, tossed up once again and turning it around the corner. That was nicely played on that occasion by Holland. Good control, goes to man at deep backward square, and they come through for the single and the end of another Simon Harmer over. 56 without loss, Hampshire. Organ has 32 and Holland has 18.
Harmer 8 overs and wicketless so far. There's been lots of chat actually last night and this morning about an amazing statistic yesterday after Liam Dawson's 7 wickets on day 2, that he's the first bowler other than Simon Harmer to take 5 wickets or more on this ground for 8 years, which is just an incredible stat. It says a lot about Simon Harmer, of course, but when you see pitches like this, and I know they're not always like this. I've seen a few like this. No, I've seen a few like this. I've seen a few look like the rest of the square, which is probably more you get, but that is still quite an amazing statistic. Here's Cook from the far end. Is going to be bowling to Ian Holland on 17. 244 needed. As Cook comes in and bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Just straightened as it pitched. Haven't seen too many of those from the Essex seamers in this second innings. In fact, I haven't seen too many of those from Cook. I think from memory, 1 last night, which I think he got just to nip away. This ball's still fairly new and only into the 17th over. This pitch seems to have gone a little bit dead for the seamers as the matches wore on, and of course anything but from this end for the spinners. I think Liam Dawson got the majority, if not all, of his wickets from this end as well. Here's Cook again. There's a drive on the up and almost carried to backward a point. It was in the air, but not very high. But that's a good stop from Michael Pepper. Looks like Ian Holland, who's already played 1 or 2 attacking shots on the front foot to Cook, will continue to do so. It wasn't quite a half volley. It's all action so far, and we thought it would be, didn't we? It's not disappointed us so far.
3-day cricket is back.
Yes, it is. It's Cook. That's right, I've forgotten what that used to be like, because that's pushed up to mid-on. You obviously haven't. I kind of has. You get used to these 4-day games, don't you? That all get played in a certain way unless conditions sort of change things, which they have here.
You see, you played it. I grew up watching 3-day cricket. You know, 4 days is relatively recently introduced, but
Yeah.
more this happens, the more people will be calling for 3-day cricket.
They would, yeah. Length ball forward is Holland, not off the middle of the bat by any stretch of the imagination, but it goes out into the middle. Now this is another good point as well. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary honorary archivist, I should say, is listening at Silent Sport. He's tweeted, apart from the first innings of the season, and that was against Somerset, where the openers put on 180, this is now Hampshire's highest first wicket partnership of the season. It beats previously the 38, which was the previous high. So that gives you an idea of just how a few problems that Hampshire have had with the opening partnership. Was that pushed out square on the offside there by Ian Holland. There's been lots of chat about Hampshire's opening partnerships and how it needs to be strengthened. Both these players only averaged in the 20s in their career. You really want to be at least 30, ideally. Most of the opposition teams they come up against, both openers are in the 30s. But Felix Organ is 21, Ian Holland's 25, averaging career. That's tucked away behind square on the leg side. Slightly straight there from Cook. No misfield there with the fielder coming in. That squarish fine leg, that's Aaron Baird. Single to Holland, takes him on to 18, and the Hampshire second innings total on to 56 without loss. End of that Cook over, and so far so good for Hampshire. They haven't lost a wicket in 13 minutes.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us an email, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, and the Solent
silentcricket@gmail.com.
Thank you. If you want to get in contact with us today for what we're hoping is going to be an exciting finish here.
Yeah, I don't think Hampshire are going to die wondering.
It's just, do you prod, poke around, try to survive, try to accumulate?
Yeah.
Or do you go down on the deck of the ship? Here's Harmer in and bowling, and just played defensively by Holland this time.
He's expecting the sweep there, wasn't he? So he's going to let the batters know that he's got that straight one. They'll fire it in a little bit at times and can't just premeditate the sweep or the reverse sweep.
And again, well, that's down the leg side, and that was a freebie to sweep, but he doesn't get hold of that at all, and it's stopped at short leg by Pepper, and there's no run.
Bit too quick, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But you can see Harmer there. He's aware that they're reverse sweeping and sweeping.
Just trying to see where the breeze is coming from. It's coming from right to left. Here's Harmer in again. That's short, and that's pulled away behind square on the onside, and they've just come through for a single. 57 without loss.
You know, it's making Harmer think. You know, all Harmer wants to do is just run up and bowl, let it turn and bounce. He doesn't want to do anything else, get into his rhythm, and you know, and then he's all right. But he's been made to think a bit here. He's having to think about what deliveries he's going to bowl.
Well, he's in and bowling to Organ. Oh, and Organ trying to play from the crease. They just jabs the bat at it and gets nothing on it. Taken by Rossington, kept a bit low as well. And that was tentative from Organ. The first one we've really seen him not have a plan to or not be positive to. Harmer very quickly into him, tossing that one right up, and there is the slog sweep, and that's the biggest one of the lot that Felix Organ has hit in this second innings. That's sailed over the marquee where Hampshire are changing, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's headed towards the river. In fact, it probably has, because the umpire's already heading to this end of the ground to get the case of balls and get another one out. But that's another good shot, very effective, 63 without loss.
I think that's his fourth, isn't it? Did he play 3 last night? He did, and that's the best. You're right, that's the best of the 4. That's clean hit right out of the middle of the bat, and again he's picked exactly the right ball. There's nothing wrong with the ball, but if you're taking it on, that is a very clean hit. He's picked exactly the right delivery, which he has done in his previous 3 last night. And you just think if he's going to play that shot, he's just got to keep getting it right. But he needs to keep getting it right a lot yet, because Hampshire still need 236.
Well, it takes the fielders out of the equation anyway.
It does. That's true, yeah.
That went an awfully long way, that one did. And they have a replacement ball. Tom Wesley looks rather suspiciously at it. He's still the chief ball shiner in the team, Tom Wesley. He's the one with the biggest dry cleaning bills in the team, I think. He shines it, looks at it, examines it, tosses it to Simon Harmer. And he says, try not to let them do that again. And he's very quickly in, Harmer with the new ball in hand. Oh, and that turns a long way, and Organ just offers the front pad at that, and there's no run. End of the over. Another eventful one. 63 without loss. Another 236 runs required by Hampshire. I'm going to have to stop saying, I think we'll stop saying that's turned a long way. Just take it as read, unless it's the one that goes on with the arm. It's turned a long way.
3 overs for 13 this morning, Simon Harmer, who's bowled 9 overs, none for 43 on a wicket which is turning and bouncing. Hampshire so far have played him particularly well, in fact more than particularly well.
So here's a question then. Yeah. If they keep doing that, do you keep Harmer on? Because I guess you have to, because he's the threat. You can't sort of hit him out of the attack.
No, I think he might just switch ends. Just to see what might happen. As, that's wide, and it's thrashed in the air down towards third man. Really went after that, did Ian Holland. Very wide delivery there from Cook. Certainly wasn't aimed in that area. But Holland picks up another single, moves on to 20, 64 without loss. Yeah, I was thinking, before we started here that, the best that Hampshire could hope for initially is to get Harmer to switch ends, which actually then might just make the slog sweep a little bit more difficult, because there is the longer boundary side at the far end of the ground. Here's Cook, bowls to Organ, down the leg side, good take by Rossington, moving smartly to his left. So yeah, I think that would be, if you get Harmer to change ends, that is one little mini battle won, and then you sort of take it from there. You would think that you won't get as much bounce, might get a bit of turn still, but the slog sweep then becomes a shot which you really do have to nail. You can't miss hit, which you can to this right hand side. Here comes Cook again, runs it right arm over, and that's driven nicely on the up through the covers there by Organ, who stroked it rather than hit it, but it's just going over the rope. Beats the despairing drive there of Snater. As Glenn says, it was a good shot. And Organ moving on to 42, 68 without loss. It's been a fine 18 minutes so far from Hampshire. But like last night, as well as they played last night, as well as they played so far this morning, they need to do that many, many times yet to even get close. But 231 is needed from here.
Where's the wasp when you need it now? See, I started at 70-30 this morning.
Where are you now? Here's next ball. That's pushed by Organ to backward a point, fielded by Pepper. What are you doing now? Still going 70-30?
I still go 70-30 at the moment.
I'm still staying with 95-5. Yeah, I am. Yeah. I mean, it was great last night. It's great for 20 minutes. This is as good as Hampshire could have hoped for, but it's only 20 minutes.
Peter on the email, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Morning, Peter. Says the pitch seems quite benign now. Hampshire commentator hasn't mentioned pitch reports today.
Hang on, I will. Here we go, as that's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run, because I got an email from Hampshire's honorary archivist, Dave Allen, and I'll just read out the paraphrase, which will please everybody. I can't find it. Where is it? It's somewhere. Here it is. ECB pitch regulations. Here we go. Here's Cook. It's turned away on the odd side by Organ, but there's no run as that's fielded at mid-wicket. 68 without loss. Hampshire in their second innings. They started at 35 without loss. They need 231 from here. He did send me a paraphrase, because obviously I can't look through the pitch regulations, because I'd be here I'd be here longer than the end of the game. But I can't find where he sent me the paraphrase. I'll come back to that.
Fair enough. But, I know what Essex's defence would be, incidentally, if there was any pitch. It would be one line. I said to you, but we've got Simon Harmer. So, he is out of the ordinary.
He is.
He's bowling it now to Ian Holland. Holland on the reverse sweep. That's turned and gone past leg stump. Rossington whips the bails off, actually virtually demolishes the stumps, actually. And Holland's got his foot firmly planted behind the line. But again, that's just where the reverse sweep is not going to work, I don't think, when it's turning this much.
It's a risky shot.
Harmer in again, and Holland plays straight this time. Off the toe of the bat, and Harmer fields on his follow through. for no run. 68 without loss. 231 more runs required. So Harmer quickly turns again. And that was flatter and straighter. Holland unable to get it away. No run again. Still got the man down at deep wide mid-wicket. Holland's been less likely to slog sweep than Organ has. They've worked out which way they want to play, and there's a sweep this time. Regulation sweep from Holland, which strikes Pepper at forward short leg. Comes off his shins, and there's no run again. It seems that Holland wants to reverse sweep, while at the other end, Organ going for that slog sweep. Harmer in again, tossing that one right up, and Holland watching very carefully as he plays from the crease. And it spins behind him off the bat. And fielded at leg slip for no run again. A little bit more sun just beginning to peep through. A bit more of the cloud cover disappears, sweeping across the ground from right to left as we look at it from this river end. Harmer in again. Oh, and that's spun outside off. Wide of leg stump. Nice take by Rossington, who just offers his hand to the bails, just in case Holland was stepping out of his ground, which he wasn't. That over done with very, very quickly. A maiden over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 43 for Simon Harmer so far in this second innings. And Hampshire on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, chasing 299, a 68 without loss.
Yes, and Harmer's bowled 4 overs this morning and not taken a wicket. So another little battle so far that has been won. I can't find the paraphrase that Dave Allen sent me, but basically it says, and I'm not quoting him word for word, but it basically says that excessive turn on day 2 should be looked at. And of course all the spinners took the wickets on day 2, so there you go. Here's Cook bowls, and that just comes back a little at Organ, who just nudges that away on the leg side for a single. 69 without loss, 230 needed. Organ moves on to 43 now, and Ian Holland facing next delivery is on 20. Yeah, I'm going to stop looking for that now because I can't find it.
You read it out to me this morning.
Yeah.
Said, and I said, well, it's not excessive turn, is it? And you went, day 3. I don't think it is.
Yeah. well, it was, I mean, bearing in mind,
day 1.
I know you'll defend it, which is fair enough. That's turned away by Holland down to fine leg for another single. 70 without loss, every run important. 229 needed from here.
You see, I don't know that I would defend it. I said, is it excessive? And you went, well, yeah, it is if it's doing that from sort of day 2 onwards, and day 1 onward, and late in day 1 as well, where it really started to bounce and turn, didn't it?
Yeah.
So, but is it excessive? It is Simon Harmer. And well, yeah, it is.
Well, Simon Harmer got the most out of it by a long way and has, even though Dawson bowled well for his 7 wickets, turned away by Organ to mid-wicket, no run there.
I guess if I was being even-handed, without looking at it from an Essex perspective, and I was looking at it even-handedly, if it was another ground other than here, we'd probably all be going from an Essex perspective, oh, blimey, they've got to have a look at this. Oh dear, you know, it's the one certain ground springs to mind, but I won't utter it on air. Well, yes. we've all pointed, I think everyone in the cricket world pointed fingers at one particular ground in recent years.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the match manager, Peter Such, for this game. It's a delicate situation for him. His Cook bowls, drive by Organ up to mid-off, not timed. And there is no run.
Well, yesterday when Peter came through the door, he seemed more concerned about the fact he got a sandwich he wasn't particularly happy with for his lunch. And he said, does anyone fancy this? Everyone no.
2 slips still for Sam Cook, who's got 2 balls left of his 9th over. None for 21 for Cook. He's bowled accurately, but as the seamers are finding at the moment, they're not particularly threatening. It bounces a little bit more. Well played by Felix Organ, who gets on top of that bounce and just dabs that down towards third man. Quite legitimate shot off the face of the bat. He played it that late. And Organ moves on to 44 now.
And 4 sixes in there as well.
Yeah, incredible, yeah. All slog sweeps off Harmer over mid-wicket. Well, so far the third day isn't disappointing anybody. It might be disappointing 1 or 2 in the Essex crowd who might have felt there'd been at least a wicket by now, but nevertheless it's moving along at a rapid rate as Holland pushes that out into the covers, and there is no run. You can almost feel the energy of the batters giving off from here. You know, every ball is important. You know, Harmer, of course, the most dangerous. But even with the seamers, they know that there's a chance of a run. Just nudge it into this gap, nudge it into that gap. Look for a single at every opportunity. If it's a bad ball, yeah, put it away. Maybe even afford the drive on the up, which we've seen already. And, you know, pick up runs that way, because as well as they played Simon Harmer, you know, there are some elements of risk in the runs that they're taking. Not all of them, but, you know, in most of the cases. But they've played him quite superbly at the moment.
Longish conversation between Wesley and Harmer. But Harmer very quickly into his stride. Is in and bowling to Organ off the back foot, forcing out to the offside, but straight to Sam Cook, wearing the floppy white hat.
Yeah, that's the risky area, isn't it? That's the area that we wouldn't normally be looking to hit an off spinner who's turning it, but needs must.
Here he is again. Oh, that's way outside off stump, and that gives Organ a little bit of room to cut that one away. Again, he hasn't quite got all of that. Bit of a thuddy sound to it. Didn't ring off the bat. Wesley runs out to the extra cover boundary to fetch it, and they come through for 3 more. 74 without loss. Sounded like he was playing with kitchen chair leg there.
Weird,
when he hit
yeah.
that.
That's a poor ball, really. I think Harmer's probably throwing that right into the bowler's rough and hoping that's turning miles just to shake the batters up a little bit, but that's not a great ball.
Great start from Hampshire this morning. Harmer in again, quicker, shorter, and comfortably by Holland. Worked out to Shane Snater at deep mid-wicket for another single. 75 without loss. They've added exactly 40 runs this morning. There were 11 off the first couple of overs, weren't there?
This is, yeah, it's great stuff. Coming up to half an hour this morning, and Hampshire haven't lost a wicket.
What's the umpire seem to be gesticulating and saying something to Shane Snater there? Now, whether it's the way through the ball in, as Harmer comes in again, and a slog sweep attempt, it's in the air, it's not going to reach the boundary, but one bounce to Shane Snater, and they come through for the single. That's the first misjudged slog sweep in this Hampshire second innings, and it was Felix Organ who has favoured that shot.
Yeah, that was coming at some point, wasn't it?
Harmer into Holland this time, playing from the crease, and again it spins back and he just sticks his foot out just to make sure that's not going to roll back onto his stumps, which it wasn't going to.
It's quite interesting to see all the crowd on the top tier all sort of crane their necks over to see if the ball was going to carry to the fielder.
Harmer in again. Holland pushing forward to that one, comes off the inside of the bat, out to the leg side. Kevin's going to go off and update BBC Radio Solent listeners. So Victoria's going to come in, and then when Kevin's ready, he can come back on as well. So we've reached a stage of this game where you cannot take your eye. Well, you can, you know, take your eye off it really from the first ball, have you? Let's be honest about it. So a further 223 runs required by Hampshire, and still 10 wickets required by Essex. Edward on the email says the Hampshire commentators clearly trying to avoid putting the mockers on it by saying it's 95% in favour of Essex, 5% for Hampshire. So to counter that, Hampshire should be easing home after this start, he says. We shall wait and see. But one miscued slog sweep. That's the closest Essex have come so far. Aaron Beard's going to come on from the Hayes close end. Morning, Victoria.
Good morning.
Not the clatter of wickets I'm sure you were hoping for.
Not yet.
Hampshire fans I know Hampshire fans were probably not relaxed in any way, shape or form, but they've made a very good start.
So Aaron Beard has come on to bowl from the Hayes close end. He's in to Organ, who's knocks that one into the offside and will take a single.
See, because if you were playing at the Aegeus, every run would be applauded. It was like the Essex second innings yesterday after they'd gone 5 down. Every run was being applauded by the Essex fans and the members because they realised how important. I think they were about 120 odd ahead when they were 5 down in their second innings, and some people were saying, well, I may already have too many. Well, certainly not the case.
Kevin's not as confident as our around the wicket producer Paul Jocelyn, who thinks Hampshire are going to do this as Beard moves in past the umpire to Holland. Just comes forward, plays that out into the leg side for no run.
Back on tomorrow night, 6 till 7.
I wonder whether we'll be talking about an Essex victory or any more Harmer wickets.
She was saying to me, I'm doing the fourth day of the game. I don't know whether to present from the ground or whether I go back to the studio, because for those who don't know, our studio is about a 10-minute walk from here. So, well, we'll just have to wait and see how the game goes. We'll have all day tomorrow to walk to the studio.
There'll be lots of time to prepare as Beard comes in to Holland. That takes an edge into the offside, and they'll take another single. It'll be collected by Dan Lawrence in the field.
Scores elsewhere then, these games nowhere near as advanced. Gloucestershire 337 all out against Lancashire. In reply, they are 249 for 5. Northamptonshire, they subsided a little bit to 451 all out, having started yesterday 420 for 6. Warwickshire 89 for 1, really slow going for them in response. Surrey, that mammoth 673 for 7 declared. Kent 158 for 2 in reply, having lost Ben Compton quite early yesterday.
Hampshire 78 without loss. Fourth ball of Aaron Beard's over. He's in to Organ, who just again comes forward, drops into the offside for no run.
Division 2, Nottinghamshire 551 for 8 against Middlesex. Middlesex 122 for 5, and Stoneman out for 67 there. That could be the key wicket. Sussex are 169 for 3, replying to Derbyshire's also 551 for 8 declared. And Worcestershire in their second innings 166 for 8, leading Glamorgan by 298 runs. And in the women's test, England 15 without loss, responding to South Africa's 284 all out.
Organ on 49 will face Beard. He just defends that one back to the bowler, and I don't want to put more pressure on the bowlers, but I know Ben Fryer wanted to have his ball of the day around about this time on BBC Essex. Always hopes for a wicket or a big moment in the game. I don't think we're going to see that at the moment from the Essex bowlers. We've had over half an hour's play now here on day 3 at Chelmsford. No wickets for Essex. Hampshire still 78 without loss. 221 for them to win as Beard moves in for his final ball of the over to Organ, and that one is all the way towards the boundary 4-4, and that will bring up Felix Organ's 50.
So I'll leave you and Kevin will come in.
We'll just take the applause from the crowd around the county ground here, the end of Aaron Beard's over, and 50 runs for Felix Organ off 67 balls. Important innings from him as Hampshire chase down this target that they've been set by Essex. 82 without loss Hampshire, Felix Organ then 53, Ian Holland on 23. And that was Aaron Beard's first over of this innings, just the 6 runs off it. And Kevin will come back in. Simon Harmer is going to continue to bowl from the river end. 48 runs off his 11 overs so far. As a reverse sweep there from Holland. They'll take a single, fielded out by Sam Cook in the leg side. Harmer has nudged down past Alistair Cook at slip for 2 runs to Felix Organ.
Be worn out by that lunch.
And that moves Hampshire on to 85 without loss. And Kevin is back with us.
Hello, Victoria.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay, probably not as good as you at the moment.
Well,
the way
I
Hampshire are
might
playing.
go up and down depending on how many wickets go. Are you doing this one?
Well, would you like me to continue?
Of course do, yeah, of course.
You
Are we
sort
doing
out your various wires.
Are we doing an over each end?
We were, yeah.
Yeah, go on, you do Simon Harmer.
That one's defended.
I had
by
too
no
much
run.
of him yesterday.
Fourth ball of Simon Harmer's over, this time off the back foot. It's driven away by Organ. He takes a couple of runs there to add to his total.
So come on then, we know Glenn is 70-30 in Essex's favour. You know, I'm still 95-5. What's your percentage-wise
I
wins?
probably would have been agreeing with Glenn at the start of play, but had Essex taken a couple of early wickets, been feeling more confident as Harmer comes in, and this time Organ's down on one knee.
He's done it again.
And he has a 6 for it.
Incredible shots. Absolutely incredible shots.
Taking the game to Simon Harmer are the Hampshire batters. Yeah, and the longer this goes on, the less confident I am. I was just saying to Glenn, I just had a message from our producer of Around the Wicket on BBC Essex. He said, I think Hampshire are going to do this. Now, I know he does err on the side of pessimism, but, you know,
Yeah.
I can see his point.
Oh, listen, with it, you know, with every passing over that Harmer doesn't take a wicket, and you see shots like that. That, to my mind now, I think from memory, that's the 5th time that Organ has picked Harmer up off a length and deposited him over deep mid-wicket. Now, it's the 5th time, and they've all been good shots. In fact, it might be 6th, because one fell just short of deep mid-wicket as well. But, you know, for me, he's got to keep doing that. And if he doesn't, then somebody else has got to do it, and then somebody else has got to do it. Now, it's great at the moment, and it has been a fantastic start. It was a great night last night in the 13 overs that were bowled. It's a great 35, 37 minutes this morning. But Hampshire have got to keep doing this for quite a while. But you're right. I mean, it's been a fantastic start, and I'm sure one or two in the Essex crowd are starting to think, do you know what? Hang on a minute.
The ball is back in Simon Harmer's hand over the wicket, and this time they'll take a single. Organ moving things along again for Hampshire. 94 without loss. He moves to 64. Holland just 24. And that's the end of a Simon Harmer over with no wicket still.
12 overs, none for 60, going at 5 and over on a pitch is giving him turn and bounce. Harmer, who's, I mean, on this ground is second to none as a spinner. And I mean, I don't think you can praise the Hampshire openers here enough at the job that they've done. Not only are they giving them constant confidence to themselves, but their teammates coming in later on as well. Because as Liam Dawson was telling me last night, make no mistake, Hampshire were going to play very positively today. And they've shown that, and so far it's working. So it's going to be Aaron Baird, right-arm seamer, taking over from Sam Cook at the Hayes close end, already bowled an over. Here's his second, bowls, and that's a length ball to Organ, turned away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Do you play a bit yourself, Victor?
Well, I recently have taken up softball cricket.
Okay.
So I was persuaded to play. So, I mean, play is a loose term for it, but it's good fun. I enjoy it. I played a bit of hardball when I was younger, but I didn't keep it up. Carried on with the scoring. That was my main sort of cricket watching through my teen years.
94 without loss. Here's Baird once more. Comes in and bowls. They're short and wide, and Morgan's chasing that one, but fortunately for him, he misses it as it goes through to Rossington. So forgive me, am I right in saying that for women's softball is kind of an introduction, the basic introduction to cricket, is that right?
Yes, so you have 6 players on a team, and it's kind of in a festival format, so you play 3 other teams on one evening. And I feel a bit like my performance last week was like Simon Harmer. I was getting a bit of turn and bounce, I just wasn't taking any wickets. I was bowling straight, I was getting hit about a bit, but just couldn't take the wickets.
So you can feel his pain at the moment.
Definitely.
Here comes Baird again. There's a bit of bounce, but nicely turned down to third man by Felix Organ. There is a fielder there just to our right. And Organ moves on to 65, and that's come off just 74 deliveries. 75 deliveries, I think that is. The scoreboard's a bit behind. It's showing him still facing. But anyway, 94 without loss. The scoreboard is showing. Hampshire need another 205. So did you manage to turn it around and get some wickets at the end, or just no wickets at all?
No wickets at all.
So maybe that might be the case for Simon Harmer today. Maybe he won't be able to turn it around and go throughout the day with no wickets. So that would be amazing if that was the case. As that turned away by Holland again to mid-wicket. Straightest delivery there from Baird this time. And there is no run. Who do you play? Which club do you play for?
This is for 8 Ash Green, just outside of Colchester.
Okay.
So played other teams around the North Essex area, and it makes such a difference if you can take those wickets in softball, because it's done on sort of -5 runs if you take a wicket, and that kind of scoring of it. So it can really change a game with a couple of wickets if you're hitting it about a bit.
Definitely. Baird again. Still got the 2 slips in. That's Cook and Harmer. Comes in and bowls. Wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side though. Hollands, where's he going? He's got to dive in. Throw hits the bails. And not out, says umpire Martin Saggers. That's quickly in from mid-wicket there. And Holland had to turn around quickly after being sent back by Felix Organ. Fortunately, he's got the studs on. I think some rubbers there might have left him a bit stranded. Quickly in there was Nick Brown.
There was a lot going on there, wasn't there? There was appeals, and then Brown was there to attempt the direct hit, but well in there.
It's being positive and being positive, isn't it, really? That was an ambitious single that Holland wanted. Here's Baird again, bowls, and that's pulled away by Ian Holland along the ground, though. There is a fielder out there behind square on the leg side. That'll be just a single. Holland moves on to 25, and the Hampshire total on to 96 without loss. A couple of people on the tweets. Solent Sports says, Martin Holland says, got to love this so far. 94 without loss. Yes, enjoy it. And you never know, things might suddenly change, but enjoy it while it's good for Hampshire. And Jim Smith says, Headingley 1981, approach needed. I suppose you could say that about the last 3 tests against New Zealand as well. No point poking and prodding until you get a ball with your name on it. If we perish trying to play positively, then so be it. The alternative is a tame defeat anyway.
I think that's absolutely right, isn't it? Hampshire just have to go for it. They've got the time as well to get the runs, and when you've got wickets in hand, as they have at the moment, just trying to play Simon Harmer out the game. He's back on to bowl from the River End. 12 overs, 60 runs from him so far in this spell. And it's just try to turn that one away, Holland. It's through to Rossington for no run.
Good take by Adam Rossington. Going down the leg side.
Harmer over the wicket to Holland. This time he plays that one out into the offside for a single. Be fielded by Nick Brown.
I don't think anybody could have seen this coming. I mean, 13 overs last night without losing a wicket was something, but another 45, nearly 45 minutes this morning.
Harmer to Organ. This time he tries to turn that one into the leg side, fielded at short leg by Michael Pepper under the helmet.
Are you a bit of a batter as well, Victoria?
Well, I don't seem to be able to turn any performances into the nets, into game stuff, as Harmer comes in again. That time it's left by Organ through to Rossington, turning all the time from the Essex spinner. It's just, I can get a good connection, but yeah, basically my all-round game needs a bit of work as Harmer moves in for his penultimate ball of the over. It's played back down the pitch by Organ. Hampshire 97 without loss.
I won't worry too much. There's a lot of people that look great in the nets that when they get into game situations don't look like the same player.
The coach told me I'm too nice. I need to be more aggressive. Harmer's last ball of the overs. It's bowled him. Stumps out of the ground, and Essex have the breakthrough. Simon Harmer gets Felix Organ for 65.
Yeah, just turned a bit, didn't it, as well? I mean, you know, you're taking risks. There's no doubt about that. Looks like the leg stump has come out of the ground. Organ's playing it in an area. We mentioned it earlier when there's turn. He's playing the off-spinner into that cover area off the back foot. It's always a risk. So far, Hampshire have got away with it. But when you're taking risks as often as these Hampshire players are somewhere along the line, your number's up. And on that occasion, it's come up for Felix Organ, 65 off 79 deliveries with 3 4s and 5 6s. I have to say, in the situation and in the context of what's going on out there, that is an absolutely fine knock.
97 for 1 then, Hampshire. And Felix Organ and Ian Holland have been taking the game to Essex as they look to chase down this target. And we were waiting to see what kind of morning it would bring for Essex, and particularly Simon Harmer with the spin. It's taken around about 45 minutes for the first wicket of the morning to fall.
Yeah, and as Glenn's just pointed out in the back of the box, 19 successive wickets now have fallen to spin. And back to that, where's that pitch report? Oh, it was on my phone earlier. About excessive turn on pitches on days 2 and 3. I will find that. I hope I haven't deleted that. So 79 balls, just a repeat. 3 4s and 5 6s for Felix Organ. And the new batter for Hampshire is Nick Gubbins, the left-hander, who has another one that perished to Simon Harmer in the first innings. But Gubbins had made a few runs before that. 34 he made, he was caught close in. Here's Baird, length ball but straight, that's turned away by Holland in front of square on the leg side, so there will be some runs here. That will be picked up just inside the rope, and Holland will pick up 3. He moves on to 29, and that's the 100 up for Hampshire. Hopefully they'll get a round of applause. Not much. Anyway, 100 for 1. That should be a standing ovation.
I think it's just the scoreboard was slightly behind. You'll hear it now as it comes up on the screen.
Oh, Victoria, you know this crowd better than I do.
I know the scoreboard.
So there was a few people in front. They should have all stood up and saluted the Hampshire second innings. It's a fantastic effort. In the start of the 27th over, they need another 199. That is still a long way off, but they've been given a great start by the 2 Hampshire openers, putting on 97 for the first wicket, one of their highest stands of the season, their second highest stand of the season. In fact, it's not Nick Gubbins, it's James Fuller. I apologise, I tell a lie. It's James Fuller coming at number 3. Now, Victoria, I don't know if you've seen James Fuller bat.
I wasn't expecting to see him bat this early.
Either, no. Do you know what? I just said it was Nick Gubbins without even looking up, because he normally comes in at 3. But I think the fact that James Fuller.
What intention is
there,
that?
Well, I can tell you that the signal to me is more of the same. In fact, even maybe a bit more, actually, because he does like to put bat to ball. So Fuller coming in at number 3. Wow, here comes the Baird bowls. Fuller gets one of bounces, hits the top outside edge of the bat as it races down towards third man, and Fuller is off the mark. I can't quite believe I'm saying that James Fuller is coming in at number 3. This game just defying gravity at times. Yeah, so I think the highest Fuller's batted this season is something like about 7. So there you go. Scored some good runs, useful runs down the order, but it's interesting that Gubbins hasn't come out. Here comes Baird, bowls to Ian Holland. Holland drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. So have you followed Essex a bit? Have you done a bit of this over the weeks of the summer?
As in commentating?
Commentating, yeah.
I did my first one against Yorkshire just before the break for the T20.
Okay.
I've done a couple of T20s. A good night here against Surrey on Friday. And Surrey having a bit of a wobble, having done so well in that competition.
I know. They don't look quite so invincible anymore, do they? Although they do in the Championship. As Baird bowls, that's a push drive up towards mid-on, fielded by Sam Cook. And you do the cricket show on Radio Essex, don't you?
I do, on a Wednesday evening between 6 and 7. So we get to analyse all of this and talk a bit about club cricket as well in the county. Follow the Sunrisers. We've got the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy coming up in the next few days as well.
Starts at the weekend, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Wasn't there did I read something a few weeks ago where there was a woman in club cricket around this area, got a double 100? Here comes Baird and bowls. Lovely drive on the out past the diving snakes are in the covers, and that is 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Ian Holland. Moves on to 33, 105 for 1. And Hampshire from here need another 198. 4.
No,
Is it 4?
It's not updated.
I don't think it's updated. No, it hasn't. No. Did I read that right?
Yeah, it was more than a double 100. It was, I think it was about 300, something of 300. I'll get it up, but it's Scarlett Hughes who does play for the Sunrisers, playing for Billericay Blaze in the Essex Women's Premier League, and they were taking on the defending champions Harrow Wood, and they racked up a few runs. Yeah, so they scored 306 together. Kelly Castle as well, the Sunrisers captain, was involved in that one. As Harmer will continue from the river end. That one just turns, drops into the leg side. That's Fuller on strike, isn't it?
Yeah.
Again, bit behind on the scoreboard here in the press box.
Yeah, it's frozen, isn't it?
Harmer into Gubbins, who drives that one. It will be fielded by the captain, Tom Wesley. And they'll take 2 runs. So yeah, Billericay against Harold Wood, Scarlett Hughes. They were breaking records all over the place. So she scored 306 before retiring. Kelly Castle made 176 as Harmer moves into Gubbins. He hits that one straight back down the ground for 4 runs.
Yeah,
Straight over the head of Harmer there.
No, it's James Fuller who's coming in for Gubbins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I've confused everybody by saying it was Gubbins in the first place, so sorry.
James Fuller is at the crease.
Unless Gubbins is suddenly batting right-handed. What a shot that was. Got to the pitch of the ball, hit it hard over Harmer's head. Not that high over him, but it was hit hard.
Just moving Tom Wesley round to the left a bit as Harmer moves into Fuller. It just bounces up in front of him. No run.
I'm just trying to work out why Fuller would have come in. I mean, yes, you know, yes, he does play positively, but I'm just wondering again with the ball being fairly hard.
Harmer
Protect the
to
left-hander, yeah.
Fuller. Tries to pull that one away. It's not timed. It'll be fielded by Snater for a single.
I just think, you know, if Fuller bats for half an hour, 45 minutes, you know, you'll see pretty much the same as what we've seen so far. And yeah, you know, left-hander perhaps will find it a little bit more difficult with the ball turning away from him.
Harmer to Holland, who reverse sweeps that one, and they'll take another run, fielded by Sam Cook out at backward point, and the end of the Harmer over.
Yeah, they're definitely behind on the scoreboard, aren't they? It's 111. It's at least 111. It might be a bit more than that, actually. The scoreboard's showing 105.
But it's definitely the 1 wicket so far for Essex in this Hampshire innings.
Yeah, I hope that's stuck on the scoreboard.
They've taken that one off.
So yeah, it's 112. In fact, it was a single off the last ball, so it's 113. Scoreboard is a few runs behind that, so 113 for 1 it is currently. And Harmer has 1 for 69 from 14 overs, which is quite incredible. We've got a ball change here. Something's happening with the umpires having a chat. We've lost, I think we've lost 1 or 2 balls this morning, haven't we? So we've had enforced changes.
Yes.
So I think the batters are just saying.
It's a bit of a conversation going on in the middle, and a signal. Well, I think they're going to take drinks while they decide, but Simon Harmer's down here in front of us.
He's got a box of something, and I don't think it's chocolates for the for the players to say, well batted so far, lads. Here's a couple of chocolates on me. I think that's a box of balls. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have a ball change again. Have you featured that on your Radio Essex show about all these ball changes?
No, it's not something we've talked about.
It's just been incredible, just the amount of times that these balls have required changes. Somebody told me, actually, I don't know if this is true, that you're only allowed to request for 2 ball changes in an innings.
We've got another selection as well.
I think, and then after that, it's down to whether the umpires decide whether the ball needs changing, rather than the fielding captain, you know, looking at the scoreboard and saying it was about time we had a ball change, and it looks a little bit out of shape. Even Graham Welsh, the Hampshire bowling coach, is running out with some balls that are probably in the Hampshire kit bag. He's probably found some old balls and said, "No, have a look at these guys. These will be perfect." The scoreboard still hasn't updated, but I can tell you that it is 113 for 1, with Ian Holland on 34 off 82 deliveries. James Fuller's 8 off 7, and the 1 batter out this morning, Felix Organ, for 65. Bowled by Harmer, trying to force the ball against the spin, giving himself a little bit too much room on the leg side, and he was bowled leg stump with the ball turning in from outside off. He went for 65, as I say, 79 balls. How many balls are out there?
Tom Wesley seems particularly interested in what Graham Welsh has got out there.
Yeah, meaning we're not having them.
Yeah.
There There is a few cricket balls out there. Have we got 2 boxes out there?
I think we've got
a few
2
balls on the
boxes
ground?
plus whatever else was brought out by the coaches.
There's got to be something amongst that lot. The trouble is, of course, it's all about agreeing. The batters are staying out of it, actually. And it looks like we've found something. It's either a Hampshire ball or it's an Essex ball. Unbelievable.
Oh no, the umpire's still checking.
Oh, they're still looking at a few, aren't they? 2 boxes of balls plus about 2 handfuls of balls that Graham Welsh is walking off with. There's got to be something amongst that lot. So we're coming up to an hour's play this morning, where Hampshire have added. Don't look at the scoreboard because there's a few more than that. Are you good at maths?
No, I'm not the mathematician in the family. My sister's the maths teacher. I prefer the words and talking.
So I'm going to quickly do a quick 65, 75, 78 I'll make it. 78 added this morning for the loss of 1. The IT guy was around here this morning saying, oh yeah, everything's working perfectly, the scoreboard, this and that. Well, it ain't.
He did come in, switch something off, switch it on again, and shrugged his shoulders, and it's still not working. So.
Yeah. Nowhere to be seen at the moment. Peter Allen has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, if 30 wickets have been taken at the Aegeus Bowl in 2 days, will we be deducted points? Well, I don't know. We'll only find out after the game. Did we lose a point against Lancashire on the slow over 8? Yes, but that was to do with the over 8. Must have made it up by now after Organ and Dawson yesterday. Yeah, but it's on a game-by-game basis, I'm afraid. So the points deductions are at the end of each game, not cumulative over half a season or a season. I think that's been the case in the past. Still a delay.
I was going to say, are we about ready to get back underway?
Ian Holland is pointing something out to Martin Saggers, the square leg umpire. Is it the score? I think he's probably pointing. Yeah, one
he
score.
Probably wants to know as well. It says 101 over there, so we're further behind. Yeah, you're losing runs now.
Obviously, there's somebody on the scoreboard that doesn't like the way Hampshire are playing. Yeah, this is definitely 113 for 1, everybody. 12 runs behind on the scoreboard. I think that's why Ian Holland is just waiting for that to be updated, I guess.
Yeah, you want to know, don't you? What
you do, don't you? You want to know how well you're doing. You don't want to see runs taken off. It might be a silly little point, but it does actually. Scoreboard's moved. One's moved to 102 now, and the other one 101. It is silly. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed it before, but I've been involved in games where the scoreboard's wrong, and if it's behind, it niggles away in the back of your mind. You don't want that distraction. Particularly
if you know what you're chasing, it's going to affect how you play in. And
yeah, definitely. So we are going to have a wait until the scoreboard gets put right, and it might be a long one. Now, one's showing 106 now, and the other one 102. So at the current rate, we might get there in, what, 5 minutes? Come on, somebody add just another 7 and then we can get on with things.
And the sun is coming out just as they're looking at it and discussing it. So we've got a bit more sunshine over Chelmsford.
Nice.
Had quite grey skies and a breeze for much of the morning already.
Indeed, yeah. Temperature's rising a little bit as well, which is nice. Going to get the slow hand clap in a minute. I think 1 or 2 have already got it out. It's a shame, actually. If I'm honest, I don't think Hampshire quite need this break either, because the rhythm was there, the momentum was there in their innings, and sometimes you just think, yeah, we just, a little break. I think this will suit Essex more than Hampshire.
Yeah, well, I think Adam Rossington's getting the slow hand clap going.
Fortunately, with the gloves on, we might not hear it too well. Yes. I think we're getting there. One scoreboard showing 113, the other one
one's
not
still
yet.
got 112 on.
Yeah. It was quite interesting because the IT guy, and you guys would know him better than me, but he was up here and saying, oh, look, watch the scoreboard. And while he was here, he actually put the electronic scoreboard on away to our right and said, oh, yeah, it's all perfect, no problem. And then disappeared, but it ain't.
Where is he now?
I don't know. Well, he said he was going over the other side because there was something else going on the other side of the ground. But if he's over that side, then that's not ideal.
I think we are up to date.
Yeah. Just a little thing like that, eh? Yeah, we're good to go. Dave Allen's just resent me that paraphrase of the pitches, just to annoy everybody again. Here's Aaron Baird then, we're getting going again from the Hayes close end. Length ball, Holland in behind that. Plays that back to the bowler and there's no run. So just to remind everybody then, we are just over an hour into day 3. Hampshire starting the day on 35 without loss, needing another 264. Needing 299 at the start of their run chase. And Harmer has bowled 14 overs and taken just the 1 wicket so far. 1 for 68. That 1 wicket of Felix Organ for 65. As Baird bowls, it's a length ball on middle and leg, and that's turned away by Holland down to fine leg. Holland now moves on to 33, and it's 114 for 1. Hampshire need now 185.
Michael in sunny Spain has been in touch on BBC Essex cricket at gmail.com. I think he's got another question about pitch regulations, which I will maybe ask you in a moment.
I'm not the expert, that's for sure. Dave Allen knows a bit more about it, but yeah, I don't want to bore everybody about pitches, but we'll do our best, of course we will. Here's Baird. Comes in and bowls to Fuller. Fuller gets one that's quite on his toes, and he pushes up to mid on, no run.
Michael says, does it say anything about pitches that must turn on day 3 and 4, or is it only when spinners get a turning wicket there is a problem? Do teams get penalised if they turn out a green top and the seamers have a 4 field days? It seems very one-sided.
Well, that's true, actually, isn't it? It's almost accepted, isn't it, if a pitch seams a lot early on, which probably is not right either, as Baird bowls. Length ball to Fuller, plays that back to the bowler, no run.
He does say, though, this is more fun than the early games at Chelmsford where nobody got a wicket. Good fun. Michael in sunny Spain.
Well, it is. I mean, the thing is, it is actually, you know, it is fun and it's highly entertaining, this. There's absolutely no doubt about it. I think there's a fine line, isn't there, between entertaining county cricket and at times a little bit of a lottery. Whether that line has been reached, I'm not sure. It's bounced to Fuller, who plays and misses outside the off stump. First one that we've really seen bounce from that Hayes close end this morning.
Yeah, nice from Aaron Beard there, just getting the right angle into the batter.
So just to remind everybody, this is Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who's found the sort of the right areas of the pitch regulations. He's sent me 2 paragraphs of it because they go on, as you can imagine, and fortunately Dave Allen's done all the hard work here as Baird turns and bowls to Fuller once more. Comes in, he's beaten outside the off stump. No real foot movement there from Fuller. That was just a good length ball. Good end to the over there from Baird. 114 for 1. Hampshire need another 185. I'll quickly go through these. ECB regulations. Pitches should be prepared to provide an even contest between bat and ball and should allow all disciplines in the game to flourish. In all cases, pitches will be judged on how they play and not whether they are dry or what colour they are. Okay. Second paragraph. A below average pitch shows excessive turn from the protected area on the first or second playing days of the match. First or second playing days, emphasising. The criteria for a poor pitch, however, makes no mention of turn, although includes excessive seam movement at any stage of the match. There you go. Thank you, Dave.
Wow.
We'll let everybody make their own mind up on that, shall we?
The man who is getting that turn with the ball is Simon Harmer. He's continuing to bowl from the river end. It'll be Ian Holland to face him, who's on 33. No run off that first one.
Reverse sweeping a straight ball there, or an arm ball.
How many times do you reckon we've seen that reverse sweep shot attempted?
A few. Different, mixed results, yeah.
Harmer in for his second ball of the over to Holland. This time he's on the back foot. Just defends that one back to Harmer. going to make sure I've got the score up on the computer as well, because we've had 2 balls of this over so far, 2 dot balls. Harmer's in to Holland. This time he steps back and tries to cut away. Not time, but he'll take the single. Be fielded backward point by Sam Cook. 115 for 1. And it's just Aaron Beard just moving to a wide mid-on as Harmer moves in. It's dropped into the leg side by Fuller for no run.
Still got those 2 men round the back there, Harmer. It's going to take an awful lot for him to get rid of one of those, isn't it?
Harmer to Fuller, who sweeps that one away over the head of Shane Snater for another 6.
Wow. He got
Getting
underneath
on
that,
the
Fuller, didn't he? He got underneath that. That was a short delivery. Pulled that away. That wasn't a slug sweep, that was a pull shot, but he got underneath it, and there was some doubt there as to whether he got enough on it, but as you say, Victoria, just over the head of Snater, who's right on the rope away to our right.
Harmer to Fuller, comes a couple of paces forwards, plays that one along the grounds, diving Nick Brown trying to stop it on the boundary, but it will go for 4 runs for James Fuller, who has been brought in to bat at number 3 for Hampshire, and he's showing why.
Yes, he is, yeah. So that means the total moves on to 125 for 1. Fuller's 20 or 14, and Hampshire now need 174 to win this game, with still 9 wickets remaining. Harmer 1 for 79 or 15 overs. Who would have thought that at the start of this second innings? I'm going to revise my percentages now. I'm going to go 85% to 15.
Still think that's quite pessimistic. Kevin's going to make way for Glenn to come back in. And Aaron Beard's going to continue to bowl from the Hayes close end. Hampshire 125 for 1. Holland on strike and just knocks that one down into the offside.
Sorry.
Just getting a tangle with our wires. Ian Holland 34, James Fuller 20. Aaron Beard in his first red ball match for Essex of the season did have that short loan spell at Sussex, and we saw him as part of the Essex T20 squad last week as he turns on his mark and moves in to Holland over the wicket. This time he just turns that one into the leg side. He'll take a single, keep things ticking over for Hampshire.
There's probably a few Surrey fans looking nervously at this as well, because Hampshire are chasing them for the title, and Surrey's game against Kent already seems to be meandering towards a draw, and meantime here Hampshire are motoring towards victory. Just thought I'd say that to even things up after what Kevin just said.
70-30?
I'm still at 70-30 at the moment.
Third ball of Aaron Beard's over then. Over the wickets. This time just pushed forward by Fuller for no run. Fielded by Shane Snater, who's got the floppy white hat on in the field.
It's all gone very quiet. Well, to say gone very quiet, Dan Lawrence is from third man trying to encourage everybody and keep everybody going. Adam Rossington joins in as well.
2 slips in for Aaron Beard. It's Alistair Cook and that man Simon Harmer. 4th ball of Beard's over to Fuller again, just backing up, plays it to Snater in the covers, no run.
Seamer's job to try and keep it tight, and then they were hoping that Harmer would do all the damage from this end, but the seamer has kept it relatively tight, but Simon Harmer's getting clattered everywhere at the moment. He will not be used to this sort of treatment. 1 for 79 from 15, 5.3 and over he's going for at the moment.
And at the Hayes close end, Aaron Beard past the umpire. And that's caught! Beard takes a wicket. Fuller goes, he's caught it slip by that man Simon Harmer. And we've got a wicket from a seamer. Hampshire 126 for 2.
Well, you can't keep Simon Harmer out of the game, can you? Because if he's not taking wickets, he's making catches. And as you say, first wicket to a seamer, 19 straight to spin, and Aaron Beard strikes, just what Essex needed. It is Fuller who's gone, and the gamble from Hampshire of bringing him up from number 9, well, 20 from 16 deliveries and some lusty blows. I don't think that was a bad call from Hampshire whatsoever, and I do just wonder if it was about protecting the left-handed Gubbins early on against the bowling of Simon Harmer. But can Essex open up this Hampshire batting lineup now, having taken what you would say arguably is a bonus wicket? Good piece of bowling that from Aaron Beard, and neatly pouched.
Yeah, nice to see him amongst the wickets in the red ball stuff as well.
3 4s and 1 6 for Fuller.
And I think we will now see Nick Gubbins come to the crease. He will be the new batter, the left-hander. And he will have one ball of Aaron Beard's over to face.
Just seeing whether Kevin's gone back to 95.5 or just still keeping it 85.15 or not.
So Nick Gubbins taking guard. 34 in the first innings. He was bowled as part of that Simon Harmer spell. He was caught by Dan Lawrence off the bowling of Harmer in the first innings as Beard moves in for his final ball of the over. Coming around the wicket to Gubbins, who just defends back to Beard for no run. 126 for 2 then, and a round of applause for Aaron Beard, who's taken the wicket of James Fuller in that over. He's gone for 20.
So a successful over for Aaron Beard. He's had such a good impression since he came back from that loan period with Sussex. Played so well in the T20 Blast and gets himself into the red ball game as well. No Jamie Porter again for this match, unfit for this one. When he has been fit, he struggled to get in the team. Mark Steckety, the Australian overseas player, was in at the start of the campaign, and Sam Cook's one of the first names down on the team sheet these days. And so Aaron Beard coming in, and he adds even more depth to the Essex batting lineup. But Simon Harmer needs to start making regular breakthroughs here. He's received a little bit of tap from the Hampshire batsman. He's in and bowling now to Ian Holland, who's made 35 from 90 deliveries so far. That's played defensively for no run. Protection on the deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg boundary for Harmer. Nothing on the offside as he's in once again. Oh, and Holland plays defensively, inside edge onto the pad, but it goes down. Pepper falling forwards, but it was always going down. No chance of a catch. Harmer very quickly back to his mark. Tossing that one up, it spins from around about middle and off, down the leg side. Taken by Rossington. Still offering that bite and bounce from this river end. Plenty of blue sky about now as well. We started under really grey skies, but the breeze has blown that away. So Harmer's in again on the sweep this time. Here's Holland, doesn't get anything on it, rolls up the front pad, no run. As Harmer tosses himself a catch. He's gone through all his variety of deliveries this morning as well. In again, flatter and quicker, and worked into the ground by Holland and fielded on his chest by Michael Pepper, like a footballer there, bringing it under control on his chest, down into the ground.
Much tighter over from Simon Harmer.
Dismissals of Fuller and Organ might just change the Hampshire approach. Oh, that's in the air and gone! Just trying to work that one away into the onside was Holland, but he's played it straight back and it's looped straight into the hands of Michael Pepper, and Holland, as if to emphasise the fact he knows what he's done wrong, plays a pull shot after having played the initial shot, realising he should have gone and it should have pulled it, but has played a straight batted shot and it loops straight into the welcoming hands of Michael Pepper. Harmer has his second, Essex have their third, 126 for 3.
Yeah, it just felt like the pressure was building, playing a different way Hampshire and not taking those runs off Simon Harmer, and then it just got the turn. It looped up, like you're saying. It seemed like it took an age to just drop into the waiting hands of Michael Pepper, but he was there at short leg to catch and get another Hampshire wicket down.
Well, that brings to the wicket the Hampshire captain, James Vince. Now, he was very keen to get down the wicket to Simon Harmer, albeit in his brief stay of just 4 in the Hampshire first inning, and a brief stay of just 1 in the Hampshire first innings. But he wanted to come down the wicket. He wanted to try and negate the spin. So we'll see whether he does that again. It was the end of the over, so Essex has struck in each of the last 2 overs. 126 for 3, and that's 10 wickets in the match as well for Simon Harmer. Not the first time he's done that.
No, we've seen impressive figures from Simon Harmer here at Chelmsford in recent years. I think there was 14 wickets at one point in last year's county championship. His best figures, best match figures, 14 for 128.
Was that the game against Middlesex?
Yes.
It was, yeah.
So Aaron Beard from the Hayes close end to Gubbins. It just cuts that one away. It's fielded by Michael Pepper in the offside.
So do you think that's a bit more even now? 2 wickets this morning for Essex. I mean, Hampshire have scored a lot of runs. They've scored 91 runs this morning, but do you think it's a bit more even now? Or not yet?
I think this is exactly what Essex needed. Would have liked to have seen them make a breakthrough earlier from the start of play this morning, but I think as soon as they took the first wicket, you feel a bit more confident as Beard moves into the left-handed Gubbins, who leaves that one through to Rossington for no run.
Bowling again from Beard, lively as well. Bit of pace there. I know Sussex and the Sussex members really liked him when he went on loan down there earlier on in the summer. They liked what they saw from him, and they've got a very, very young side, Sussex, as well, so he fitted in really well there too. He's probably played a fair bit more cricket than some of the Sussex youngsters have.
He came back early though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was meant to be there for longer, but he's been pulled back and has been part of the Essex squad, now getting his chance in the side as well. Hampshire 126 for 3. 2 dot balls so far in this over as he moves into Gubbins, who turns that one into the leg side. Be fielded by Sam Cook for no run.
Came onto the scene 2-3 years ago now, Aaron Beard, and then sort of was taken out of the firing line a little bit, and it's difficult at times to find your way back into this Essex side, be it red ball or white ball as well, such as the strength in depth that they have. But you would feel that he and Jamie Porter will be called upon a lot more as the summer goes, with players heading off to the 100 and possibly test matches.
Decent with the bat as well, Aaron Beard, who comes into Gubbins, who just leans back and lets that one run off the face of the bat. It will trickle all the way down to 3rd for 4.
There's a few oohs and ahs from the slip cord now. I don't think it was in total control, that from Nick Gubbins, rocking back, but wasn't over the ball at all. But you can't have fielders everywhere.
Hampshire 130 now for 3. 169 for the win. Relatively new batters at the crease. Nick Gubbins having faced 5. James Vince at the other end yet to face as Beard moves into Gubbins, and this time he tries to pull that one away. Not timed entirely. It'll be fielded by Paul Walter. Down at fine leg for a single. 131 for 3, and that will bring James Vince on to strike for the final ball of Aaron Beard's over.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how Vince goes here. As I say, it's very positive for a brief stay in the first innings, but facing up to the seam here, and they fancy that's where they can get the bulk of their runs. Harmer's got a couple now, so they might feel he's in his stride.
Vince to face Beard over the wicket. Oh, and he plays and misses at that one through to Rossington, no run. 131 for 3, and a round of applause for that over from Aaron Beard. 5 off of it.
Another good delivery and a play and a miss from Vince. They've done that 2 or 3 times now up to the seam, as well as yesterday. There was only really the one genuine play and miss. It's not doing too much for the seamers. Harmer very quickly has his cap off, quickly in conversation with his captain Tom Wesley. Essex want to get round quickly and get their gun bowler straight back into action, but there'll be discussions about what sort of field they're going to set here for the left-handed Gubbins. First time they've had a go at a left-hander in this innings, and you can see the rough patches that Harmer will be aiming into there. They do look very, very worn at that far end. As we look on from the river end, there's a bit more sunshine, just bleeds into the box here. Flags being lightly ruffled, but no more than that. As Harmer's going to bowl around the wicket, 2 regulation slips in, man at backward point, cover and extra cover, and mid-off as Harmer is in now. And Gubbins on the sweep, always got the finest of tickles to that, and that'll run away for 4 runs. So you can't have fielders everywhere, and they pick up 4 runs. Nicely controlled by Gubbins.
Yeah, just managed to turn that one round, didn't he, and place it. Didn't need too much on it, just to help it along its way to the boundary.
So he's not used to this, Simon Harmer. He's used to being in control and used to dictating things. And credit to Hampshire for the way they've gone about it and not let him tie them down. So a further 164 runs required. Harmer around the wicket to Gubbins. Oh, big shout for LBW, he's gone! He's gone, Gubbins, trying to play straight and play from the crease. He's pinned on the crease. And yes, it's right arm around the wicket, but it does straighten, and Nick Gubbins has gone LBW, and Hampshire are 135 for 4.
Well, whether if that plan to bring James Fuller in to protect Nick Gubbins was what Hampshire were aiming to do, hasn't paid off in terms of Nick Gubbins' innings, because he's gone already for 9 off 7.
He looked a little surprised that it was given, but it's straightening from around the wicket, and he's pinned right back on his crease, and I'm afraid that's a relatively simple decision. It's almost similar to the Paul Walter dismissal for Essex in their second innings as well. And 135 for 4, so exactly 100 runs added this morning, and Essex have taken 4 wickets for their troubles, and having played that very good sweep to the previous ball, Gubbins, like Holland, he's tried to play straight, and maybe that just isn't the way to go, and he didn't get forward either. And so Essex have another breakthrough. It brings Liam Dawson to the wicket, so 2 right-handers back at the wicket as well. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, and at Solent Sport as well. If you want to tweet us today, give us your thoughts. Daniel Bell-Drummond has got his 3rd county championship century of the season for Kent in the run fest at the Oval against Surrey. So Harmer to Dawson, the leg slip goes back in, the forward short leg goes back in, and Sir Alistair Cook at first slip. Harmer tossing that one right up, and it spins, and Dawson gets right across his stumps, outside off stump, and then in the end lets it strike his body. A lot of bounce on that. This is a good game of county cricket. This is what it's about. This next one from Harmer's full, and met on the full by Dawson, who pushes up to mid-on, where Paul Walter sprawls and makes the stop, and they come through for the single. So Dawson off the mark and brings Vince down to face Harmer for the first time.
2 very experienced batters at the crease for Hampshire, to see what they can do against the Simon Harmer spin, but like you say, not the most convincing of first innings scores.
Harmer into Vince, who pushes out to the offside, and Harmer scuttles away to do the fielding himself off his own bowling. Bell-Drummond's now out, by the way, having got to his 3 figures. Still a day and a couple of sessions to go in that. Still nominally a day and 2 sessions to go in this. Here's Harmer in once again to Vince, who plays carefully and watchfully, defensively, back down to the bowler. End of the over, a successful one for Essex. 5 runs from it, but more importantly the wicket of Nick Gubbins, and Hampshire are 136 for 4, a further 163 runs required.
At Taunton, England's women are 65 for 1. In reply to South Africa's 284. They've got the lights on there. Tammy Beaumont is the batter out for England. She was LBW for 28. That brings Heather Knight to the crease for England in that one-off test at Taunton. I think Aaron Beard's going to continue. He's got that, what do they call it? Sort of like a, is it like a muscle sleeve that a couple of the Essex bowlers wear? It's not quite an underlayer, is it? It's just on the bowling arm.
Yeah, no, I see darts players would seem to wear them now. Whether it just keeps the muscles, keep the muscle warm, keep them loose. And I was going to say, when I first saw dart players, I thought, blimey, it's a bit warm up on the stage, isn't it? Wearing one of those body armour, under armour, sort of undergarment sort of thing. It must be, too hot for that. But yeah, they just wear it on the arm. Same with the cricketers.
Beard to start the over to Dawson, who comes forward, misses that one. It's through to Rossington, and that will earn another applause from the Chelmsford crowd, who are on high alert now, with Essex having taken 4 wickets this morning. You see it with athletes, don't you? And I know in netball as well, with the calf, the sort of like flight socks to keep the calf muscles warm, and particularly if you've got any kind of niggles. You can see Aaron Beard with that on his arm as he turns on his mark into Dawson, who does get bat on ball this time and just plays that one pleasantly down to the boundary. He'll get 4 runs through the covers for that one. Move Hampshire on to 136 for 4.
Yeah, the boundaries keep coming.
140 even.
The runs keep coming, the boundaries keep coming.
Will the wickets keep coming as well for Essex? More sunshine making its way through the clouds here now at the county grounds. As Beard moves in for his 3rd ball of the over. This time it's defended by Dawson for no run. We've got a smattering of spectators opposite us here, a few quite packed out in the members area, and there is a school trip as well over in the Felsted cricket stand away to our left-hand side. Wonder what they make of what they've seen so far this morning. It's Beard. 4 dots so far in this over to Dawson again. He's out, he's caught behind, he was unmoved. The umpire says he got something on that. Rossington takes the catch, and the 5th Hampshire wicket falls. Liam Dawson goes for 5.
Well, he's not the first batsman in this game to look up from playing his shot and surprised to see the finger of the umpire go up. And having seen the replay of the Ben Brown dismissal yesterday, where he was given out caught behind, and it clearly struck his knee roll and his bat was nowhere near it and he was given out. That one must have been a feathered edge from Dawson, but Essex reacted immediately to a noise. Dawson feels he didn't hit it, but it doesn't matter, it's in the book and he's got.
Dawson goes for 5. The captain, James Vince, still at the crease. As Hampshire 140 for 5. Need 159 more to win. And it will be the aforementioned Ben Brown who will come to the crease, the wicket-keeper.
He batted well yesterday, Ben Brown. To my mind, has always been a very, very good operator. So 140 for 5. I started at 70-30 this morning. I'll go 55-45. No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. No, that's reverse. I do apologise. I will go 85-15 now.
I thought I was bad at maths, Glenn.
Never work with children and never do maths live on air.
I wonder, I said Paul thought Hampshire was going to do it, didn't I? Paul, our producer of our cricket show. I wonder if he's feeling any more confident now. I think 80-20. Be interesting to see what Kevin feels as well, as Beard moves in to bowl Brown's first ball. He's just going to let that one wide of off stump through to Rossington.
Kevin's probably at 99.9 to 0.1.
He's very busy over on his computer.
he's probably had a view of the replay of the Liam Dawson dismissal as well. I mean, it's, you know, batters can be disappointed that they've been given out because they played a poor shot, but he looked disappointed with the decision. But there was clearly an audible noise for the umpire and for the slips wicketkeeper and bowler, because they all went up straight away.
Yeah, immediate reaction. Beard comes in for his final ball of the over. He's turned away. Well, looks determined as Ben Brown, caught by Rossington. No run off that one, and there's an applause again for Beard, who's taken another wicket. 2 for him now, 28 runs off of his 7 overs. Hampshire 140 for 5.
Well, he's done very well, hasn't he? Aaron Beard, 2 for 28. So another 159 required for Hampshire, and a further 5 wickets still required for Essex. Harmer again. Conversations ongoing with Tom Wesley. Well, do you think we have a fielder there, fielder here? Do you think he's going to play the slog sweep? Essex still stationing a man out for the slog sweep, albeit he's been a spectator for most of it. When the ball has gone out there, he's been watching it sail over his head. Such has been the Hampshire approach. Wesley, who went first ball in the Essex second innings, he middled the ball and it just stuck in the midriff of Anarin Donald at short leg. Harmer is in and bowling outside off stump, and that's dangerous from Vince, letting that go, bearing in mind the amount is turning, and it's not missed by much, judging by the reaction of everybody around the bat. James Vince got sort of look on his face of, well, what are you worried about?
It was a very confident leave there from James Vince, considering how much the ball's moving from Simon Harmer.
Here is Harmer again, in and bowling. Vince plays forward and then takes the bat out of the way as it rolls up the front pad. Sun warming us up in the box now, coming directly into the open windows that we've got here. One of the writers next door has got his sunglasses on. Victoria's got her sunglasses on as well. It's Harmer in. That's flatter and quicker. Oh, and Vince wants to work that one around the corner, and Rossington takes it and whips the bails off.
It's very much a on and off morning or early afternoon now with the sunglasses. Yeah. Not like Simon Harmer, just permanently on.
He's in again. Oh, that's quicker as well. It's swept, and swept for 4 by Vince. So he got all of that, and the ball was speared down that direction. So 144 for 5 is the score. Kevin's going to rejoin us at the end of this over. Seeing the wickets go down. Swept for 4. Harmer's response is to dolly one up. Plenty of flight on that one. And has that hit anything? It has. It's hit the inside edge of Vince's bat, gone past leg stump, and gone down to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. There was a massive gap between bat and pad there as he played that shot.
It's no wonder Simon Harmer stayed in that crouched position. If that ball has taken an edge. I was going to say, with the sweep shot on the boundaries, I think in the position Essex are now in, they won't mind just giving a few of those away if Harmer can then have chances like that, but Essex will want to take those chances.
Here's Harmer again. In. Again, flighting that one up, and Vince following it, looking to just tickle it down to long leg. End of the over, 148 for 5. Victoria will leave us and rejoin us after lunch, and Kevin's going to come in for the final 25 minutes. Up to the break. Not sure how many wickets were down when you left us, Kevin. I think possibly a couple, but we'll wait and see if you can remember on that. Liam Dawson dismissal as well. I'll get your view on that, because he looked palpably unimpressed to be heading back to the pavilion. bbcscricket@gmail.com. Aaron Beard's going to continue from the Hayes close end. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 28. And he's bowled very well, and he's coming in now from the Hayes close end. In and bowling, shouldering arms is Brown. And that goes through to Rossington behind the stumps, whose skills will be tested. He's standing up to Simon Harmer. Kevin's back with us. Liam Dawson looked disappointed.
Yeah, he did a little bit. I mean, I heard your comments, and that's fair enough. I'm not sure. I know that I think players on both sides are not particularly happy with some of the decisions that will be going out there. I don't know if there's a little bit of just general dissatisfaction that maybe he's been given out when maybe one or two others hadn't and might have nicked it.
Here's Beard in again. Oh, Brown driving, and Beard has his hands halfway to the heavens, but then realises there's no touch, and it's through to Rossington, 148 for 5.
Well, I think Baird's been quite impressive this morning, actually. I think he's been a real bonus for Essex. I think the seamers generally, as the match has gone on, have got very little from that Hayes close end, but Baird seems to have found a bit of a spot, hasn't he, and got the ball just to kick and bounce a little bit from time to time from shorter length. I think this is by far and away his most impressive spell of the game.
Well, Hampshire's seamers got some lift from that end, didn't they?
Yeah, well, I was being kind, really. I think Abbott got more than the others.
Beard's in again, played defensively from the crease by Brown, who sets off for a run that isn't there. Cookfield and the two batters agree that it's not there.
Yeah, I think Abbott's got the most bounce from that end. I think Cook did on day one, but hasn't done since. Baird, I think, was a little bit. He was okay. Snater got nothing really, but Baird here, I think, has been the best of the Essex seamers. This is the best spell from an Essex seamer for me.
Beard's in again. And bowling, and Brown lets that one go through again. Big stride in, judging the line outside his off stump very well.
Yeah, it's put real pressure, isn't it? I mean, the fact that he's picked up 2 wickets, and Simon Harmer now is starting to sort of get a little bit more luck. I mean, he was never going to go wicketless for very long, but the fact that Baird's chipped in with 2 here has put Hampshire right on the back foot. If they weren't on the back foot anyway.
3 for 92 from his 18, Harmer. But he's got 10 in the game. 11 in total, as Beard is in once more. Brown again, shouldering arms, playing very well, 148 for 5.
Yeah, and not only is there a bit of bounce there, but there's nice shape on the ball. Just straightening a fraction as it gets to the batter, and then just going a little bit more through to keeper Rossington. He's into a nice rhythm.
Hampshire probably just having to be a little bit more watchful as well in the way they've gone about things. They've still scored 113 runs this morning in 100 minutes of cricket.
Incredible stuff.
Beard in short, paddled around the corner, down to fine leg, is 3/4 of the way to the boundary. End of the over, which means that Brown has taken the strike from Vince, and he'll be facing up to Simon Harmer. 149 for 5, so they need exactly 150 for victory here, do Hampshire. So they're halfway, and Essex are halfway through their batting lineup as well. So if you're looking at it in the cold hard line of statistics, it's 50-50, but looking deeper into the game with the batters to come, it's not.
No, I mean, basically Hampshire are halfway there, aren't they? And as well as they played, and they have played really well, but inevitably losing a clutch of wickets, which was always going to happen, wasn't it? What, 4 wickets in 14 runs? I'll have to work that out. Nice sweep shot there from Ben Brown to the start of a new over from Harmer. They lost 4 wickets for 14, yeah, which was always going to happen. It was always on the cards. But getting to 97 without loss was a great effort. But as well as they've played, again, as well as they played to get to this point, they're still only halfway there. Harmer bowls. Vince goes for the slog sweep, drags it around along the floor as it goes out to backward of square leg. I think Vince has probably felt in that last over that he got away with a couple of lucky situations, and if I know James Vince, he ain't going to be hanging around too long, waiting for him to be caught close in, a bit like Ian Holland did. Nick Gubbins played across the line for his LBW. It was a little bit disappointing. There's a pull shot there and almost caught on the leg slip as Ben Brown played quite a deliberate pull shot on the leg side, trying to keep it down. Didn't try and hit it too hard, and he picked up a single anyway, but That would have been an unbelievable catch at leg slip had that been held. 152 for 5. Vince has 9, Brown has 3. 147 needed.
Yeah, with the Holland one, he practiced the pull shot immediately afterwards, realising you can't be looking just to play straight batted shots. If he'd have pulled it, he wouldn't have been caught.
That's right. On the balls, on the back foot there. Vince plays that quietly out towards mid-wicket. Martin in Holland at Soham Sports says going to be a hard slog, no pun intended. From here on in it is, but stranger things have happened. Of course, always. While you're batting, you've got a chance. As Vince prods that along the ground, and there is no run. Albie Somerset tweeted a little earlier, recovering from major heart surgery on the sofa, casting the stream to the TV, whilst England did me a power of good. The last 30 minutes of Hampshire isn't doing my blood pressure any good. As Vince cuts that away. Oh, it's through the fingers of the fielder, and that's going to be 4 runs, 4 bonus runs, and that's through the hands of Nick Brown.
Yeah, just to improve the mood of Simon Harmer. 3 for 99 now at the end of that over, and that was a poor piece, sloppy piece of fielding. Nick Brown, he went down in stages, not quick enough, and 4 bonus runs for Hampshire at the end of the over.
Well, at the start of the Hampshire run chase, if you said that Harmer was effectively going to take 3 wickets but go for 100 in the process, you'd take that every day of the week.
Don't think Simon Harmer would.
No, he certainly wouldn't. He'd laugh at you, wouldn't he? He'd say, what are you talking about? Absolute rubbish on that pitch.
I'll have them tied up. Shane Snater's going to have a go from the Hayes Close end. Good spell by Aaron Beard. Snater, who's bowled 2 overs and 2 maidens. This is his first bowl of the day. He bowled nice and tight late on last night. When Hampshire were not looking to shut up shop, by the way, they were playing shots. So here's Snater then from the Hayes Close end. White bandana, herring towards us, into Brown. Oh, Brown on the drive, no timing whatsoever. Takes his hand off the bat and it dribbles up to Sam Cook at mid-on for no run. 156 for 5. Further 143 runs required by Hampshire. 5 more wickets for Essex.
Yeah, 8 overs, 2 for 28, Aaron Baird. No maidens in that, but those 2 wickets very important.
BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent Sport with you at Chelmsford. Glenn Speller, Kevin James and Victoria Polly. Snater in with 2 slips. Brown outside off stump, flashes at that one. It's in the air as it goes past gully, not at any catchable distance. And they come through for the single. 157 for 5 brings Vince down onto strike. Untidy with his shirt outside his trousers.
Does a bit, doesn't
he? Snater in the distance receives the ball from his captain, Tom Westley. Always there stationed there at mid-off so he can communicate with his bowlers. Snater in then, slips have moved up a couple of steps, and Vince flicks that one into the onside, fielded cleanly by Nick Brown this time, and there's no run. We are 16 minutes from the lunch interval. Everyone will be able to gather their thoughts once again.
Haven't been able to take your eyes off it, have you, this morning? It's been great.
Even when we had the long stoppage, when the scoreboard was going backwards and they had to change the ball again, you couldn't take your eye off it because you didn't know what was going to happen next. False start from Shane Snater.
I think there's a guy moving just to the right of the score, the sight screen.
Yeah, he's just taking his seat again. He's wearing white, to be fair to him. I think it's the movement that just caught James Vince's eye. Here's Snater again. In and bowling on. Vince on the drive, it's upish, but well in front of mid-on a couple of bounces to Sam Cook. And there's no run again. He does like to feel bat on ball, James Vince, doesn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah, he does, yeah. He, and also, you know, obviously the easier runs will be against the seamers. So he'll be looking to attack Snater at every opportunity.
And here is Shane Snater again. Quickly into his delivery stride, in and bowling, and Vince this time playing from the crease out to the offside, breaks the wrists, but there won't be a single there. Michael Pepper, who took the catch to dismiss Ian Holland, does the fielding on this occasion. Had gone very quiet in the field for Essex at one point. Dan Lawrence and Adam Rossington were trying to gee everybody up, and then Aaron Beard picked up that bonus wicket, and that just seemed to liven things up again.
Yeah.
142 short at the moment, Hampshire. Snater in and bowling, and Vince doesn't get any time on that. Kept a little bit low, that one. And Snater fields on his follow through. End of the over. 39 overs gone now in this Hampshire reply. They're 157 for 5 in pursuit of 299.
Yes, it could be that James Vince is very much the key for Hampshire. James Fuller having already been promoted up the order, so we won't. Hampshire won't be able to rely on his runs later on, although it worked to a certain extent. I think 20 of 17 balls coming in at number 3 is it certainly didn't work, or didn't not work. I mean, I think you could fairly say that it wasn't a bad move, as in comes Harmer, and that's a sweep there from Ben Brown, and that's gone hard over the rope at backward of square leg. And there was a fielder out there, but he just timed that nicely, and Harmer's looking to his captain Wesley, saying, was the fielder a little too fine there? I didn't notice. But he got a lot of bat on that Ben Brown. He's off the mark now, 157 for 5. Hampshire need 142. Have to just double check the scorecards, because the totals, because one of them's wrong, and that's a sweep but in the air but safe, and that spun the fielder down on the rope. Is that Sam Cook?
It is Sam Cook.
He had to readjust there, as on about the second bounce the ball just spun away from him. Did well in the end. They didn't put him under pressure, so it's just a single. Brown moves, actually now he's on to 9 now, so the scoreboards are going all over the place again. 162 for 5. It's 137 needed. If these two can put a bit of a stand on there, that will be pressure, and Vince is bowled, and he's trying to play that away on the offside. He's just checking with the keeper that it actually has bowled him, but it has. And Vince departs. And again, it's an area where you really are taking a risk against the off spinner. I wonder if somebody said something to Vince there as he was out, because he's looking around a little bit.
I think you were right first time. I think he was just checking it hadn't hit the wicket keeper and bounced back onto the stumps, but he started walking off, but then he's turned round again, because I think someone possibly did say something as they ran past and celebrated. I mean, if you look at it immediately as the ball arrives at Vince, too close to cut, but the reason for that is because it's spun a long way once again. It's fair enough to start with, but as you say, that's the risk you're going to take with the ball turning so much. If you're looking to cut off the back foot, you've got to be so precise with what you're doing, and you are taking a risk. And Harmer picks up the very, very important wicket of James Vince.
Yeah, there is there are sort of unwritten rules when you're a batter. And one is with an off spinner that's turning it into you. Areas around sort of square and just in front of square are really normally a no-no. Don't look, because you're hitting it against the spin. And whilst we've seen a few shots go round in that area this morning, you're never normally going to get away with that for very long. And you know, there are unusual circumstances with the amount the ball's turning and the amount of bounce. I can understand the players looking to hit that ball in the area, because you know, basically all shots are risky in this situation. But there is a reason why it's an unwritten rule, is because you ain't going to be doing it too often. And that is a classic off spinner's dismissal to a batter looking to hit balls in an area where you shouldn't really be doing.
Just got big on him, didn't it? Turned big on him under the bat, bowled, and yeah, he was just checking, because it does happen, doesn't it? Sometimes the ball bounces over the stumps, just wide of the stumps, hits the wicketkeeper's pads or his gloves if he doesn't take it, and rolls back onto the stumps. But yeah, bowled from the hand of Simon Harmer.
So this brings Irwin Donald, who was out first ball, caught at short leg off Harmer, and he's playing a miss in there first ball, and that's bounced, I think, over the top of the stumps as he's playing back. He was playing forward when he got caught at short leg. So I guess he's already rethinking some plans. We saw Barker play virtually everything from Harmer off the back foot when he wasn't slog sweeping out on the leg side. What's Donald going to do here? Down the wicket, it's bowled slightly short. Donald works that away towards mid-on, and he's off the mark, so he's off a pair. He was on a king pair earlier. 163 for 6, and Hampshire still need 136. And Harmer inevitably started to pick up some wickets now, although they've been expensive. 105 they've cost him his 4 so far. It's kicked away by Brown, well outside of the off stump, and that will conclude that over from Harmer. 20 overs now for the South African off spinner. 163 for 6. Brown has 9 and Donald has 1.
Yeah, and he's on course at the moment for career best for Essex. But in terms of the figures that he's punched up in this innings, he won't be happy with the number of runs that he's conceded, but it's more down to the fact that Hampshire didn't want to be dictated to, and they took full toll of the shorter mid-wicket boundary and played it very well up to a point. But as you kept saying to me this morning, Kevin, but they have to keep doing it, and they have to not get away with it, but keep doing it and keep making sure that, he's going to clear the rope each time, and you chance your arm.
Yeah, they're a long way away now, Hampshire, in this situation. I know they're two good batters at the crease, but Harmer, even if he has a couple of overs or a few overs where it's not going his way, and that was the case early on this morning, inevitably he's going to have a little purple spell, and he's had one.
Shane Snater with two slips, in from the Hayes close end, in and bowling, and Donald gets the outer part of the face of the bat on that, and it goes down to third man where Dan Lawrence does the fielding, and he wings a throw in to Rossington and thuds into his gloves. Just looking at social media and the BBC Sport live county championship stream as well, that's all being called a huge wicket, the dismissal of James Vince. And there's a lot more chit chat in the outfield now around the Essex fielders. Things buzzing more than they were earlier on in the morning. 8 minutes to go until lunch as Snater charges in again into Brown, who fends at that one, pulls the bat inside the line, but it was already in Rossington's gloves when he did that, and there's no run. 164 for 6. We're in the 41st over.
Well, he's found one to bounce now, and I don't think Snater's found too much bounce from that end, but that one did bounce and left Brown as well.
Yeah, it's amazing what wickets falling suddenly Aaron Beard's taken a couple from that end, and suddenly it does look like it's got something to offer.
Exactly.
Snater in, Brown on the pull around the corner, and he'll pick up a single. Paul Walter collects, lobs the throw into Rossington this time. 165 for 6, 134 runs required by Hampshire.
Ian Payne has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm in Lymington here. The replacement, lovely spot. The replacement ball doing a lot more. Very annoying. Can the batters ask for a new ball? I'm not sure they can. I'm not sure you'd ask. I'm not sure you'd really ask, actually.
The only way you do that is put it in the river.
Yes.
I think Snater is in and bowling, and Donald right across his stumps covering that up, pushing up to Sam Cook at mid-on for no run. Whack it out of the ground, then they'll have to get a new ball.
That's exactly what you do. And not easy, of course. I'm not sure he's doing a lot more, really. I mean, Harmer, to me, is getting as much turn and bounce as he's always done. It's just that some batters, the way they've played him, make it look as though it's not quite doing as much as others, and that's always the case.
Snater very quickly with ball back in hand. And Donald drives. Hasn't quite got all of that, but he'll come through for the single. Wesley with the sliding stop at the far end as we commentate from the river end here at Chelmsford. Another single. 166 for 6, none for 4 from his 3.5 overs so far for Shane Snater.
Yeah, done a good little job. Will have been a little bit of excitement, the fact that he's got one bounce on off stump, and there's no run.
Snater in on the drive, Brown, and he's pierced the infield here, and that'll run away for 4 runs. Lovely shot that, timed very nicely, and it goes away for 4. 170 for 6 is the score, and a further 129 runs required. Scores elsewhere, just to update you, in Division 1, Gloucestershire 337 all out, Lancashire creeping towards that total, 309 for 7, and 80 odd there for Stephen Croft in his 199th first class game. Warwickshire 160 for 2 in response to Northamptonshire's 451 all out, really slow going there for Warwickshire. And Surrey earlier posted 673 for 7 declared, but they're getting a bit of their own medicine now because Kent are 248 for 3. Daniel Bell Drummond with his 3rd first class century of the season before he was out to the bowling of Will Jacks. Leaning's got 73 and Cox unbeaten on 20. Simon Harmer is back.
Bowling to Nyron Donald. He goes for the reverse sweep. It's in the air and over the head of Sam Cook, who's literally just running back to retrieve the ball because it's gone over the rope. And Another Hampshire batter employing the reverse sweep. 170 for 6. I'm just hearing little murmurings at the moment, and probably does go back to the email from Ian that the replacement ball apparently is a little harder and a little newer than the one that it replaced. So Ian, there probably is something in that. There's a sweep shot there from Donald, hits him on the pad, caught it, leg slip.
We'll be updating BBC listeners at 1 o'clock. We're 4 minutes away from 1, so we'll get another over in. Division 2, Middlesex 199 for 5, replying to Nottinghamshire's 551 for 8.
Harmer again comes down, and slog sweep there from Donald. It wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, sort of comes round on it, and it goes along the floor, fortunately for him, round towards backward square leg, and that is a single. It was nowhere near the pitch of that, but Donald went through with the ball anyway, dragged it away behind square. He moves on to 8, 175 for 6. Hampshire need another 124. Harmer to Brown, still those two on the leg side. Sweep shot there, and it hits Rossington, doesn't take it cleanly. I'm not sure Brown's got anything on it as it goes out towards the rope. It's picked up just in front of the boundary at the Hayes close end, and the umpire signals byes. Difficult, that one, for Rossington down the leg side.
Yeah, and to stop that, 'cause it was along the ground. The only way he would have stopped it would have been had it hit his boot. Sussex are 241 for 5 in response to Derbyshire's 551 for 8 declared in Division 2.
122 still needed as Brown faces again. Harmer, there's the arm ball. It's a low full toss. Nice little sweep shot there from Brown as it goes quickly out to the fielder. That deep backward square leg, but he's fetched that from fairly straight. Fortunately, he got a bat on it. He moves on to 15, 178 for 6, 121 needed.
And Glamorgan chasing 332 to beat Worcestershire at 33 for 1. That's all the latest.
Harmer to Donald, and Donald goes for the slog sweep. He's got hold of that, has he? Yes, he has. That's gone over the rope, and that's gone into the members' pavilion, and that will be 6. And Donald, who was caught close in first ball in the first innings, trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Nice shot off the band of Anarin Donald, who moves on to 8, 178 for 6. It's either one thing or the other with Harmer. It's either 4 or it's 6. It might be a dot ball, but it's not always played with a lot of confidence, or usually with Harmer. There's the odd wicket thrown in as well. 21 overs, 4 for 111 for Simon Harmer. Certainly Hampshire aren't die wondering against him. 178 for 6 then, 121 needed.
In the women's test, England against South Africa. Remember, South Africa posted 284 all out. Marizanne Kapp making the century. Highest score for South Africa ever in test matches, in women's test matches, and the highest ever score in women's test matches by number 6. England at 86 for 2 in response. Shane Snater resumes from the Hayes close end, last over before lunch, in and bowling to Donald. Donald on the drive, he doesn't know where the ball's gone, and it sticks in the crease, and it doesn't roll back onto his stumps, and there is no run as Harmer comes sprinting up to prevent any short, quick single being taken.
Still trying to be positive even against the seamers here, Ben Brown. But, yeah, it's been a totally watchable session, this. Even though Hampshire have been and still are way up against it.
Here's Snater into Brown. Brown just plays defensively from the crease, and Cook Fields on the edge of the square for no run. 184 for 6, a further 115 runs required for Hampshire, and another 4 wickets for Essex. This could bubble up, you know, into a real nail biter right at the end, especially if Anarin Donald goes about things as he did to Simon Harmer in the previous over. Be updating BBC Essex listeners in a couple of moments. Snater turns in, and Brown on the drive this time, but can't beat the man at short cover. There's Aaron Beard, and there's no run. Good diving stop, that one, by Beard. Notice the slips, and the wicketkeeper Rossington are standing up a little bit closer now for Snater than they were previously.
Yeah, I think when the ball just sort of comes off the surface normally and doesn't bounce, you know, it might struggle to carry. You've got to be careful of the one that does bounce, though.
This next one from Snater has Brown just playing defensively from the crease, and Beard again doing the fielding, and no run. 184 for 6. We're in the 43rd over, so the run rate 4.3.
It's not a conventional fourth innings run chase, and it never was going to be, was it ever?
Nope. And you say Hampshire were not going to be prodding around.
No. I don't think we've seen anything this morning that I didn't think we wouldn't see. Maybe Harmer has gone for a few more runs than we thought. Maybe.
Snater, this next one has Brown grovelling the forward defensive shot forward because it kept a little bit low and he had to make sure he got everything on that. Ended up in a crouching position at the end of it. Very watchful from Ben Brown, who has made 15 so far. Donald's almost up alongside him now on 14. Lusty blows from him. Snater ambles off into the distance. Wind just picks up again. Seems to have changed direction across the morning. Snater into Brown, pushes back to the bowler, and it hits the stops at the non-striker's end. That is the end of the over. That is the end of another very, very exciting session in which Hampshire have scored 149 runs, have lost 6 wickets in doing so. They require a further 115 runs for victory. Essex need 4 more wickets. And roll on 3-day cricket.
Yeah, well, it's been brilliant, hasn't it? It's been absolutely brilliant. You know, we knew Hampshire were going to take chances here. They had to take chances. They couldn't just prod it around, not against Harmer, not with the men around the bat. And we've seen some unconventional shots. Some have come off, some haven't, unfortunately. That was always going to be the case. But, you know, for me, there's still too many runs. There was too many runs at the start of the day. There's still too many runs now with only 4 wickets in hand.
Thank you for now, Kevin, and do rejoin us after the lunch interval around about 1:40 to come on and find us and listen to the climax to this game. I'll be updating BBC Essex listeners in a couple of moments. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch break.
Did you get the message from Jake?
Hampshire reeling as Harmer stars with bat and ball. Hampshire will have been left scratching their heads after day one in Chelmsford. They'd reduced Essex to 56 for 5, only for Shane Snater to dig the hosts out of a hole with an electric 71 before Simon Harmer had the visitors in a spin. His 4 for 23 left them in all sorts of trouble, 68 for 6 at the start of day 2. Keith Barker eats pressure for breakfast. He and Brown had a full plate, but tucked in with relish. Both men took on the early bowling of Cook and Harmer, and the score started to look much healthier, 100 up after 4 day 2 overs. But Harmer wouldn't be denied for long. Another 5-wicket haul his when Barker got the reverse wrong and heard the stumps rattle behind him, out for an eye-catching 24. Despite the better showing from Hampshire, Essex still had the momentum, and Harmer capitalised for a 6th. Fuller outcaught by Cook, the visitors now with just 2 wickets in hand. Make that 7 for Harmer, the deficit 100 when Brown nicked behind for 38. Last recognised batter dealt with, Hampshire 9 down, damage done, ground lost to Surrey in the chase at the top. Lawrence launched, Abbott's defiance down the order, a replacement ball required, 23 off the over, 150 on the board. Hindsight 2020, as was the number 10's approach. No more, said Harmer. Abbott hammered him deep, Beard got underneath it. Hampshire all out for 163, trailing by 75. Much better, but not good enough yet. The spinner had been sensational. 8 wickets his, 46 conceded, and Essex on top. Just 5 scores of double figures in a disappointing innings for the visitors. Brown and Cook had Essex off to a solid start, but the pace of the match refused to let up. Organ delivered 5 balls into his spell. Cook caught by Vince for 16. It was 2 in 2. Wesley slightly unfortunate. The catch, a blinder at short leg by Anairin Donald under the lid. Lawrence joined Brown. Essex ahead, but in a bit of danger thanks to the Hampshire twirlers. Chances went begging. Brown watching on as the ball dropped just out of reach. But Dawson struck on the cusp of lunch. Lawrence LBW. Essex headed in 45 for 3, and the match was still anyone's. Organ struck soon after the break. Walter LBW for 1. Essex now 4 down and still shy of 50 runs. And it went from bad to worse. Pepper reversed Dawson straight to Organ. Out for 7. Essex now 5 down. Time for another Rossington rescue job. A gritty showing from the keeper. The score extending towards 100. The lead up to 150. He was the man to put 3 figures on the board and then watched on as Brown lashed Abbott to the ropes to bring the 50 partnership up. That was the last of his contributions. Out to Dawson, taken by Holland at leg slip. The lead, 180. Like Snater before him, Rossington was putting on a bit of a show, and Essex were in the driving seat as he took 2 off Dawson to move to 50 off just 52 balls. Rossington would eventually fall for 60. Out to the spin of Dawson, well taken by a diving Fuller, but Essex now led by 228. The innings had made the early trouble seem a distant memory. By the time they reached tea, Essex were now in control. The score 155 for 7 and the lead 230. Simon Harmer was stamping his authority all over this contest, early with the ball and now with the bat. The hosts growing in confidence as the spinners' knock moved from strength to strength. They were 14 away from 200 when Snater fell. Dawson's 5th of the innings, a simple catch chipped to Holland in the leg side. Beards joined Harmer, the spinner now on 46, and flicked one into the offside to bring up 200, but more importantly, he gave his partner the strike. And he took full advantage of it too. Organ clubs down the ground and into the gardens for 6. Harmer up to 50 off 82 balls, a star with the bat now as well as the ball. He would eventually fall for an innings top score of 61, a big swipe aimed and missed, and stumps rattled by Dawson for a 6th wicket to the Hampshire spinner, whose body language told the story. It was 2 in 2 for Dawson, with a 7th of the innings and a 10th of the match. Cook unable to get off the mark and nicking through to Brown. Essex all out for 223 and Hampshire set 299 to win. More than either side had managed so far in the game. Dawson had followed in Harmer's footsteps before him, finishing with impressive figures of 7 for 68. The first time a spinner other than Harmer himself had taken 5 or more at Chelmsford in more than 8 years. But was it too little too late after his fellow spinner had pumped 61 off 99 to help Essex set that relatively imposing target? Felix Organ was given licence to hit out early, perhaps taking a leaf out of Abbott's book earlier. Harmer sent soaring for 6. And again a few overs later, the Hampshire opener dealing almost exclusively in maximums as the day wore towards its conclusion. It was confident stuff from the visitors, 35 added off the first 10 overs, and little offered to Essex so far, and all the way to the close. They were left needing 264 with 2 days in which to get it. So far, in this innings, Harmer hasn't looked quite as threatening, but spin has been at the forefront, and his moment will come. What remains to be seen is if Hampshire have it in them to chase this down. One way or another, day 3 will see a finish.
Well played today, Adam. That was a really crucial knock. You've played some eye-catching cameos so far in the T20s, but probably haven't gone on to make that big score. So it must have felt really great today to make what could be a match-defining contribution.
Yeah, obviously the runs haven't been as forthcoming as I'd have liked, but like you say, it's nice to get some today, and hopefully put us in a good position to come back tomorrow and take them 10 wickets.
With wickets falling all around you, it felt like a positive approach was going to be the best way forward. Did that play into your hands?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I was starting off with the spin, and it was just a case of trying to put some pressure back on the bowlers and play your shots, and put them under pressure, and hopefully get ourselves into that winning position, keep building that lead into a nice big one.
The lower middle order and tail have made some huge contributions to the bat this game, from 105 for 7 to 238 all out in the first innings, and then from 51 for 5 to 223 in the second. Is the wicket playing easier as the ball gets softer, or has it just been a case of kind of great determination from the lads down the order?
Yeah, I think obviously that the softer the ball gets, it probably does get a little bit easier. But I think also there's some credit to the batters as well. They've sort of taken advantage and put some pressure back on the bowlers and sort of not let them settle.
Hampshire are 35 without loss overnight, chasing 299. The game is poised nicely going into the third day, but judging on what happened in the first innings, you must still feel pretty confident in your chances here.
Yeah, I think whatever it is, best part of 300's a very good lead. Obviously, we're going to have to bowl well. They played very well tonight. It's just a case of trying to create them 10 chances tomorrow and taking them.
Do you remember how you fell in love with the game?
First sort of proper memories were early T20s down at Chelmsford, going to watch and sort of falling in love with the game there, and then with my dad and my brother.
Which coach or mentor had the most impact on you?
I think my earliest coaches would be Guy Ben Irvin, who's been fantastic. He was the first proper coach I had at Writtle and taught me how to bowl and how to bat and how to play the game in the right way.
Why are programmes like Funds for Runs so important for the cricket community?
Grassroots level and getting kids into playing sport or cricket specifically, I think the opportunities that we can have, if it's got to be widespread, and whatever background you're from and wherever you're from, you've got to have access to the game. So I think it's extremely important that everyone has access to the game, has access to kit, has access to facilities and coaching. I think that's something that cricket's done well historically but can always improve on.
Day 3 here at the county ground between Essex and Hampshire. Players just making their way back out onto the pitch at Chelmsford. Hampshire 184 for 6. They need 115 more runs to win. Essex need those 4 wickets. Good first session for Essex after a bit of a slow start to the day. Once Felix Organ had gone for 65 and the other opener Ian Holland for 37. Essex beginning to find their rhythm with the ball. That man Simon Harmer has taken a further 4 wickets to add to his total. Aaron Beard picking up a couple as well, the Essex seamer, and it will be Simon Harmer to continue to bowl from the river end. Ben Brown not out 15 and Aaron Donald not out 40. It will be Donald who will face the first ball after lunch. Spectators just making their way back to their seats as Harmer in to Donald, who gets low, gets that one away for a single, fielded at backward point by Sam Cook. Sun just going in a bit here. Kevin James back with us as well.
Yes, it was an entertaining morning session, wasn't it? 149 runs added by Hampshire, but the 6 wickets that they lost was probably not unusual, but too many really in the pursuit of this total.
It's 185 for 6. Harmer in for his second ball. It's low again from Donald, this time out into the leg side. Aaron Beard, who's down at deep square leg, comes in to field the ball. It was a single there to the batter. You're listening to Essex against Hampshire, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and via the BBC Sport website and app as the sun comes out. Donald just gets forward and turns that one away for another single. So we've had 3 singles, 2 to Donald, 1 to Brown off this over so far.
It's amazing how many runs Harmer's gotten for, isn't it?
Yeah, he's probably not used to having to hold his nerve and wait for the wickets as he comes in again. It's a reverse sweep from Brown, who will take another single, fielded at deep square leg by Aaron Beard.
Yeah, I think he was always going to go for a few runs. It was just how long the Hampshire batters could keep up that assault. It's not been too bad, but it's a big total to chase.
Harmer over the wicket, on the back foot this time Donald. Just works it down to long on. Captain Wesley will come in and shine the ball for his spinner ahead of the final ball of the over. Had some exciting tournaments going on the pitch at lunchtime, I think, with those children who are on their school trip, as Harmer moves into Brown again, down on the knee, reverse sweep. He'll get the single as Beard, patrolling the boundary, will come along and field. End of Harmer's over. 6 off of it. Hampshire 189 for 6.
Yeah, they were making a bit of noise, weren't they, when they were walking around the ground trying to find some food?
Sounds good to me. A day out at the cricket instead of sitting in a classroom. I think they were just excited to get on. They had the pitches set up with the quick cricket sets, and then towards the end of lunch there was quite an exciting game going on by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Not quite as exciting as this, of course,
well,
but yeah, pretty good game. So Harmer's 22 overs, 4 for 124. Going at over 5.5 and over, but he won't mind at that, really. It's just the amount of wickets that he takes and how quickly that he can polish off the Hampshire batters. Probably hasn't polished them off as quickly as he would have liked, but there's still that 109-run buffer, which is a lot at this stage. And Sam Cook's back into the attack from the Hayes close end. Length ball, he's wrapped Brown on the pad. Shout, not out, says the umpire. Chris Watts at the far end. Brown trying to work that away on the leg side. Don't forget you can watch us on the live picture feed as well, which is going out to the Essex Cricket website. That's also going out to the Hampshire Cricket website. I'm sure fans of both clubs glued to the online coverage as well as the live picture feed, just wondering which way this game might go. It's always favoured Essex in this last innings, but Hampshire made a good fight of it so far. Brown pushes forward, gets a thick outside edge, safe along the ground. There is a fielder. No, there's not. There's 4 runs because, of course, the 2 tiers below us, we can't see once the ball makes its journey for the last 10 yards or so. But a welcome 4 runs for Hampshire. 194 for 6, 105 needed. How's the nerves, Victoria?
85-15. Glenn and I have agreed
15,
that
yes.
we're feeling confident.
Yeah.
You?
Well, I'm a little bit more pessimistic than that, but I suppose I would be. Here's Cook bowls, and Brown's playing and missing outside the off stump. No real foot movement there. He's right back on his stumps. Front foot didn't go anywhere as he's prodding at that one as it goes through to Adam Rossington. I just think generally, you know, chasing, well, it's 299, but it's effectively 300 on the last, well, it's not the last day, but in the last innings of any 4-day game is always difficult, just because of the pressure. And, you know, believe me, it doesn't look like a lot of runs, 105, but if Hampshire were to get that down to even, say, 50, 40, the pressure then becomes immense. So they're still a long way away from that, even if they get to that close. Brown leaves that one alone outside of the off stump, but they've done well to get this far, I think.
Yeah, and I think Essex were probably slower to start than they would have liked this morning, with Harmer getting hit around a bit before he was able to make that breakthrough. And I think again for Essex is important at the start of this session, if they can keep things tight, build the pressure, take a couple of wickets, it just eases things with that chase for Hampshire.
Certainly does. Brown gets one that nips back, hits him on the thigh pad. They're claiming a catch, not convincing. And not out, says the umpire. I think the word is that Ben Brown wasn't particularly happy with his dismissal in the first innings. I think if that had been given out, he might have blown himself up, actually, walking back to the pavilion. But not out he was. I think it looked more thigh pad than anything, didn't it?
Didn't look like he had the bat anywhere near. My thought, though, was he was turning around looking out of his crease. I wondered if they were, instead of appealing, were going to look at getting the ball back in quickly.
Yeah.
But, yeah, big appeals from Essex, as you'd expect at this point in the game.
Yeah, your point you were mentioning earlier, Hampshire reached 97 before they lost their first wicket. There were 35 without loss overnight. Felix Organ the first to go after 45 minutes of play this morning. That comes back at Brown, who turns that away square on the leg side. Adam Rossington is running after that from behind the stumps. Not a bad pace, considering he's got pads on.
No, I don't think it was needed, though. Nick Brown was fully across it.
True. It's enthusiasm. End of the over. Hampshire are 195 for 6 then, and need another 104. Donald has 17, Brown has 23.
So Simon Harmer is continuing to bowl from the River End, 22 overs, 4 wickets, 124 runs in this innings. He bowled all the way through, and Kevin was saying at the start of play today, one of the things he thought might happen would be whether Essex would consider switching him up the other end when we were seeing all those runs hit. As Harmer comes into Brown, that reverse sweep again for a single. Nick Brown will come in and field from a wideish mid-off position.
Yeah, they've never quite been able to do that, have they, really? I think Harmer was always going to stay on at this end as long as he could. But it did take him a little while to pick up first wicket, 45 minutes this morning, as I say.
He's in for his second ball of the over. Donald down on one knee. It's hit high, and it is a 6. Just watch that one bounce over the boundary in front of the pavilion, away to our right-hand side, and that is the 200 up for Hampshire.
It's been, I think I've seen more slog sweeps off Harmer in this one innings than I've seen whenever Harmer's bowled, and that's many times. Absolutely incredible. It's like watching T20 when the players play it like that, doesn't it?
It'd be interesting to hear from him, if we can, about what it's been like, the frustration of being hit as he comes into Donald, who tries that reverse sweep. It's along the grounds. They'll come back for a couple as Sam Cook comes squarer from backward point to field.
Now there's a really risky shot there, because that's the ball that goes straight on, the quicker ball, the arm ball, and he's reverse sweeping that. Fortunately, Donald got a bat on that because it was a low full toss, but again, it's a big risk.
Harmer into Donald, takes a couple of paces down the pitch, it's straight back over the head of Harmer and away for 4. Harmer did think about stretching out an arm, but I think it was well over him, and moves Hampshire on to 208 for 6.
Well, it just feels like Donald's suddenly playing a shot of ball here. Now, how long can he last? I just don't know, but 91 it is that's needed. It's still a lot.
He's on 29 as Harmer comes in, just dead ball.
That's a bit of gamesmanship from Harmer there.
Just trying to slow things down a bit. So a second attempt at the 5th ball of the over from Harmer. He's back and he's gone. How long could he last, said Kevin James. The answer is he is out. Harmer with another wicket. Donald gone for 29. Hampshire 208 for 7.
It's another batter trying to hit in an area where you shouldn't be looking to hit. Trying to step away and hit the ball through the covers to a turning ball outside the off stump. It's just such a risk. That's never coached. And we've seen 1 or 2 batters perish like that, haven't we? And I think, who was the other guy in this innings? Oh, James Vince, of course, doing exactly the same thing. You'll get away with it a few times, maybe, if you're lucky, but you cannot keep forcing the ball through that cover area just in front of cover point when the ball's turning into you. It's a huge, huge risk.
5 wickets for Simon Harmer then in this innings. Bowling Donald for 29.
16 balls. It was entertaining while he was out there, but again, playing high-risk shots. See, the shot straight isn't high risk. You know, the slug sweep is high risk, but it's not as high risk as what he's just been doing there. It's just, you know, even in a game where you're looking to be positive, for me, that shot is the most high risk of the lot.
Keith Barker just taking guard. Left hand bat to face 1 more ball of a Simon Harmer over, in which he's been hit for 6, a 4, a single and a couple of runs, and he's taken that wicket with Donald as well.
Well, Keith Barker was in the first innings was hitting the ball across the line with his slog sweeps, which for a left-hander is also very high risk, but it brought him a modicum amount of success. Just trying to see exactly how many he finished up with.
24 in the first innings for him.
Thank you.
Hampshire need 91 to win. His first ball is turned into the leg sides. Fielded short leg by Pepper. End of the over then, Hampshire 208 for 7. Harmer's figures now 5 for 137 runs in this innings.
13 wickets in the match for Simon Harmer. And all the wickets taken by the spinners on day 2. Aaron Baird's picked up a couple in this innings. That's been a real bonus for Essex there. He bowled a really good spell, Aaron Baird, before lunch. 2 for 28, got the ball to shape away nicely, didn't he, to the right-hander? Got a bit of bounce as well from that Hayes close end, but it's Sam Cook to continue. 208 for 7. Ben Brown, 24 not out. Trying to get the field right on the leg side, pushing the deep square leg a little finer. Fine leg's not technically fine leg. He's a little square in that as Cook comes into Brown, leg ball. Brown's in no position again to that ball outside the off stump, trying to cut that away, but he's playing from literally his position, his stance. Never really looked like making a connection with that, as it kept a little low as well, I think.
Yeah, he had him down on the floor, didn't he, Sam Cook? A couple of wickets for him in the first innings, but like you say, Aaron Beard, aside from Simon Harmer, has been the pick of the Essex bowlers as they look to dismiss Hampshire.
Yeah, just 3 more wickets left to do that as Cook comes in. That's a full delivery. Ben Brown, nice shot out there in the covers, well stopped. And, nice punch shot there from Brown. Michael Pepper, it is in the cover area. Still 2 slips for Sam Cook. I should imagine this will be the session where the game's all over. Might be all over either way, actually.
I'm going to let you say that as the Hampshire representative.
I'm trying to be, well, hopefully very realistic. Here's length ball, wraps Brown on the pad as it pops out on the offside. That looks as though it did a little too much, that. Let's just nip back a little bit. Watch that on the replay. Hitting quite high as well. He's not the tallest of men. Ben Brown still hit him quite high, I think. I think you would have been up there if you were bowling, though. You'd have shouted. You'd have shouted big time.
Shout for anything. You don't get LBWs in softball.
Do you not?
Though, no.
Is that right? That's a dismissal that's taken out of the game.
Yeah, no, it's just catches, bowling and run-outs.
Oh, okay. Cook again. Just a length ball, which Brown quietly plays out on the offside. So it doesn't matter if you get your pads in the
No, you can always tell the players that played hardball, because if they do hit someone on the pads, they start to peel and then realise it's not quite the same. But it does when you do get the quicker bowlers, because you're not padded up or anything. So a couple of times that it is soft ball, but it's not that soft if it hits you hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, gosh, they're not. The term soft ball doesn't really relate to those balls, does it? Here's Cook again. Bowls, length ball to Brown, who plays that quietly through the vacant gully area. Will pick up a single. Moves on to 25. 209 for 7 here, Hampshire. Needing another 90 runs to win. Remember, they started the day 35 without loss, needing another 264. In their innings last night, they started needing 299. By far the highest innings of the game. I think Hampshire are going to pay the price here for allowing Essex off the hook in both their innings when they'd lost a few wickets, and their last few wickets put on more than perhaps they should have done. Here's Cook round the wicket to the left-hander Barker. Length ball. Barker works out into the gap on the leg side. He's off the mark. 210 for 7. 89 needed. Not quite all over, but the fat lady's warming up.
I think in the first innings it was Shane Snater for Essex that helped them along to the recovery with 71, and then in that second innings Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer. Rossington with 60, Harmer with 61. Like you say, just allowed Essex to build more runs for Hampshire to chase. So Hampshire, with that 89 to win, it's just that man Simon Harmer who was successful with the bat, and now the ball into Barker. He's hit that one away for Sam Cook with his floppy hat on to field for a single.
Does he wear that floppy hat all the time?
Well, him and Shane Snater seem to, and I was thinking earlier when it wasn't that sunny, I'm not sure how much need there was for it, but he's probably all right with it on at the moment out there as he just moves himself around to his usual backward point position for the right-hander. Hampshire 211 for 7. Harmer into Brown. That reverse sweep again, it pops up. And there's a big appeal from Simon Harmer as it loops off the pad and into the arms of Michael Pepper at short leg.
I was worried there that Brown might have just got a little sort of inside edge as it popped
You would
up
have
off the
thought
pad.
so from the way that Simon Harmer reacted, but no one else appealing in the Essex field. Harmer's in again to Brown. He tries that reverse shot again, getting low, and again there's an appeal from behind the stumps from Rossington. No one else around him.
No, he's asking for the stump in there, isn't he? And it's outside off stump, so he's picked the right line, Ben Brown, but kept that back foot behind the line.
Harmer to Brown on the back foot, turns that one past short leg, and then Beard again on the deep square leg boundary will field for the single. 212 for 7 now, Hampshire. Just to change around for the left-handed Barker, who will be on strike.
It's interesting they've got that deep mid-wicket out, because Barker did employ that slug sweep on the leg side quite a few times in his first innings. They've got the man plugging that gap there.
Harmer to Barker, turns that one into the leg side, will take the single.
He's got to be careful there, Barker. I mean, it was leg side enough to be playing that shot, but you'll remember Nick Gubbins looking to play a similar type of shot, got trapped in front of LBW.
Brown back on strike. Harmer's final ball off the over. Harmer in, he's forward, it's off the pad and he's given. Ben Brown goes and Hampshire are 8 down. Essex closing in on victory here at the county ground. Ben Brown goes for 26, Hampshire 213 for 8.
Well, it's turning into the right-hander, so by Harmer coming round the wicket, of course, the theory is it pitches on and then straightens, hitting the stumps. I think if you're watching on the live picture feed there, I think you have to decide, as Brown has come forward, whether that ball has straightened quite enough and is actually hitting off, or whether it's just missing. And watching that again, I suppose you could argue either way, would you reckon?
I wouldn't like to say.
Toria.
There's a reason I'm not standing where the umpire is.
Oh, listen, I'm not for 1 minute saying that it's not out. I don't think it's stone dead, but it's certainly a good shout, that's for sure.
Essex well on top now, with Carl Abbott coming to the crease for Hampshire.
14 wickets for Simon Harmer in the game now.
And that was the final ball of that over as well. So 14 wickets equals his career best, which was last year here at the county grounds. Can he add to his total? We won't find out for at least another over.
Yeah, I would bet against him picking up the last two. Cook's bowling accurately, but not particularly threatening at the moment. What do Hampshire do here now? Because we are really getting towards the end of their knock now. Do they? I don't think they'll be prodding it around. I think they'll play the same way, as Barker just works that away behind square on the leg side. Snater fields. And the total for Hampshire moves on to 214 for 8. They are still 85 runs behind. They certainly won't get this by prodding it around. They haven't been playing anything like that anyway. So I think we'll just get more of the same until Hampshire are eventually bowled out. But 85, I'm afraid, when you're 8 down, is a lot of runs, and 299, even when you've got all 10 wickets in hand, is a lot of runs. And so it's proving. So Abbott, the new batter for Hampshire, coming in at 10, gets a length ball, pushes that towards mid-off, and there is no run. Very difficult now because you're getting into the all-rounders and the bowlers in the innings. I think even 85 with even a couple of batters at the crease is still a lot, but this is asking an awful lot of these lower order players. Essex closing in on a victory. There's Cook comes in again and bowls, and just comes back in at Abbott, just works it on the onside. That'll be a single. 215 for 8, 84 needed. And, brings Barker back on strike, who's on 4. So we've had 2 wickets since lunch, and Aaron Donald for 29. Bowled by Harmer. Just trying to give himself a little bit too much room against the ball turning into him. Bowled for 29, as I say, 16 deliveries, and Ben Brown. LBW to who else? Simon Harmer. Harmer. Here comes Cook. Bowls, and Barker just nudges that away behind square on the offside for a single. 216 for 8. Don't you guys get sick of saying the name Simon Harmer?
Well,
I'm sick of it already.
You say that, but really, so far this season at Chelmsford, the pitches haven't been conducive for Simon Harmer. He has, I mean, I say struggled. He's picked up wickets, but not in the way that we are used to, having seen him over the past few seasons. So this does feel like a return to normality almost. The fact that we've got a wicket that is suiting Simon Harmer.
It certainly is, yeah. As Cook bowls, Abbott pushes forward. They'll take a single up there because the mid-on is quite deep and wide. Essex won't mind the odd single here and there. They're just counting down the balls until Harmer comes back on. 217 for 8, 82.
Aside from this game, the best performance I think we've probably seen from him so far this season was at Old Trafford, where he picked up the wickets there. That seemed to really suit him. But yeah, the wickets at Essex haven't really been spin friendly.
No, until this game, as that's pushed out square on the offside by Barker, and it just happens to be Hampshire on the receiving end. 218 for 8, 81 runs needed. I just know that tonight I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night going, Simon Harmer!
Give you nightmares.
It will. End of the over, and it's a certain South African off spinner to bowl the next one. We'll try and get away with saying something other than that name for a little while.
Let's talk about Nick Brown, who's just walking across into his fielding position. He dug in for a bit, didn't he, during the Essex second innings, having been out for naught in the first innings. It's a stoic 33 from him, as Essex made 223. Hampshire 218 for 8. Harmer into Barker, wide of the off stump, no run.
Yes, kicked away from outside the off stump. That looked like the arm ball there for Harmer, but well outside off stump.
Harmer around the wicket to Barker. It's big appeals from behind the stumps.
I think that's missing off stump. If you look on the live picture feed there.
I'm having to take my sunglasses off to see the live feed and then put them back on to see the action on the pitch. As Harmer's in to Barker again on the back foot, turns that one into the leg side. Take a single, move things along for Hampshire.
But you're right, what you were saying earlier, Victoria. I know you gave a couple of stats there as well. The fact that Essex were twice in trouble in both their innings, and Shane Snater, especially in the first innings, really got Essex out of a hole and actually got them in a situation where the momentum was with them. 71 off 72 balls, 9th man out. But at 105 for 7, there was an opportunity there for Hampshire, which wasn't taken.
It's Abbott on strike, Harmer in, defends, drops to Pepper at short leg. And both these batters can bat though, but like you're saying, the situation of the game, how long can they last? 80 to win for Hampshire, 2 wickets for Essex as Abbott comes forward and misses. Oohs and ahs around the bat. Essex sensing they're on the cusp. Final ball of the Harmer over to Abbott on the back foot. Just turns away, drops into the leg side for no run. 219 for 8. Simon Harmer, 25 overs, 141 runs, 6 wickets in this innings.
Yeah, 14 in the match. Tony Cox at Sun Sports says, got to say that Hampshire have given it a good go, with Essex having more than their fair share of help from a few very generous umpiring decisions. Ian E saying, been a great effort. 200 seemed a mile off at the beginning. I agree. I think 200 would have been, even that would have been too many at one stage. 2 times Essex were in trouble, 2 times we've let them off, and that's the difference on this minefield of a pitch, says Ian. A minefield of one in, maybe. But it's produced some entertaining cricket, that is for sure. As Cook starts a new over from that Hayes close end. Bowls to Barker. Barker drives out into the covers, and there is no run. Still 80 runs needed. And I see the run rate required is 0.6. I presume they're going on the fact that the game today, isn't it? That's not. I mean, it should really be calculating the overs tomorrow as well, shouldn't you? In which case the run rate is about 0.1 or something stupid. I think they're going on today. Here comes Cook, bowls, driven by Barker, but only as far as square leg, and that is Shane Snater there.
Going on the basis that you've all checked out of your hotels.
Not me. I should have done, shouldn't I? I know I should have done. But you just never know. You just never know. There might be a few showers of rain, or there might be a hold up because I don't know, too many balls have been hit in the river or something, and you just never know. You might have to come back tomorrow.
Well, the scoreboard's not working.
Yeah, I don't know anybody in the Chelmsford area actually to sort of shack up with. That was the main reason. That's pushed into the ground, fielded at the gully area with Harmer coming round from second slip. Yeah, I do know of stories. I'm sure Glenn might do. You might know as well of one or two cricket commentators that have checked out of hotels thinking their game has ended, and it actually
I was thinking
hasn't.
of the Headingley game. I'm pretty sure it might have been the late Shane Warne. I remember at the time talking about having checked out of his hotel, thinking Australia were going to do it.
Oh, really?
Up stepped Ben Stokes.
Barker drives up to mid-off. Nothing there. Oh, right.
I'm sure there was something like that during that Ashes series.
Nothing about Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, I don't think would surprise anybody. Sad loss, I'm afraid.
Sir Alistair Cook would probably know that story because he was part of that commentary team.
Yeah, he would do. Yeah. Shane Warne, who had a few seasons at Hampshire, one of the stands named after him at the EGS. Around the wicket, Cook bowls, Barker gets wrapped on the pad there, walking across his stumps, and Abbott comes down the wicket and has to quickly turn around and go back as Snater came in quickly from square leg.
You want to befriend one of the people with a balcony overlooking the county grounds, and then you can always have your eyes on what's going on.
Great view, isn't it? A few of those. Well, some of them look like have they all got balconies, or one of the, like Juliet balconies?
Some of them round the left-hand side are more Juliet balconies, but certainly more the Hayes Close end proper balconies.
Yeah, sort of extra cover to Barker looks ideal. Barker drives, that's gone out to point, and that's the end of Cook's over. He has 13 overs, none for 34. He's bowled accurately without ever really looking threatening. 2 maidens in those at 13 overs. And Hampshire in their second innings, 219 for 8 then. They still need another 80. Essex need 2 wickets. Harmer 6 for 141. On for 8 in this innings to go with his 8 in the first innings.
He's itching for more wickets.
I bet he does. Yeah, 141 overs left in the match. Here we go.
How many will we need?
We won't need anywhere near that.
Harmer over the wicket to Abbott on the back foot. Through to Rossington. Yelps around the ball for no run.
That hasn't missed. It's missed the bat. It's very close to off stump.
Abbott to face Harmer for the second ball of the over. He's forward this time. Misses again.
It's turned a bit and up into the front pad. Just trying to think, how many catches has there been for those 2 men on the leg side? I can't think of one actually.
Harmer to Abbott forward again. This time he does get bat on it. He'll take the singles. Harmer chases it into the offside. 220 for 8.
One actually, yeah. Ian Holland caught Pepper.
Yes.
So those 2 men have been on the leg side the whole time for the right-handers, but actually only 1 catch has gone to them.
So Barker on strike to Harmer. He backs up and just defends that one back towards Harmer. He'll be fielded by Nick Brown, who's racing in. Barker will face again, this time on the back foot. He will play that one into the leg side. Sam Cook will field. It's a single to play out Barker as we have a train passing by the county grounds.
Where's the line here? Is it over to our left? Trying to think.
Yeah, because you
Behind
can
us?
kind of see behind as that's one's played away by Abbott for no run. Yeah, I can't tell you.
Is Chelmsford not your area?
Well, I would be on the Chelmsford line. I'm Colchester, but
Oh, of course you are, yeah, of course you are.
my dad would probably be able to tell you what time train that was and where it's going.
Oh, would he?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
So Castle, is it Castle Park, Colchester?
Yes, yeah.
That would be your...
Yes, where I watched a lot of the festival cricket as a youngster.
Did you? Yeah.
That over from Harmer flew by there, didn't it? 221 for 8.
It was almost uneventful for a change in terms of runs or wickets. 78 needed by Hampshire then. 221 for 8. Hampshire just trying to eke out a few runs here, and well, you never know, but it's not long, you think, until the inevitable as Barker pushes forward to Cook, and that's up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I'm just looking at the number of overs bowled, of course, because I don't know. I don't think we're going to get to the second new ball, but I just wanted to check. 53rd over here, so second new ball's a long way off, but I think there is some murmurings about the ball change before lunch.
We had that quite long stoppage, didn't we, while they decided on a replacement ball. We had members of the Essex coaching staff, Hampshire coaching staff, and the umpires all looking to choose.
Yeah, there was a lot of balls out there, wasn't there, really? As Cook bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barker. And yeah, I think I'm hearing, the feeling is that the ball that was changed, the ball that came into play was harder and newer than the one that was changed.
The Hampshire batters stayed well out of it, didn't they?
They did.
They didn't get involved in any of the discussions.
Yeah. So one of a few issues I think that are flying around for this game. As Cook bowls, Barker forward, goes up towards extra cover. As I think players on both sides have been a little unhappy at times about one or two of the decisions from the umpires, but I don't think that's anything new, especially this season. There seems to be a lot of grumblings around. I don't know how much Essex have been affected this year, Victoria, with decisions either for or against them.
I can't say there's been anything that really sticks out. It's all just sort of feels part and parcel of it, really.
Yeah, it does, yeah, it does. As Barker plays that very late, past a diving Harmer at second slip, plays it into the ground, goes down towards third man. That'll be another single. Nick Brown doing the... that's not Nick Brown, is it? It's Paul Walter down there at third man, throwing it in left-handed, which did me. 222 for 8, 77 needed. You're right, and I think maybe it's just the way things are these days now. I mean, players have always grumbled about decisions, but I don't know. Maybe there's just a little bit more grumbling that goes on than there used to generally. It's Abbott now to face Cook, and he works that away on the leg side, just angled into the right-hander, just pushed that away towards mid-wicket. Hampshire just plodding away now with singles. Seems to be very much the order of the day now, rocked by those wickets after lunch of Donald and Brown for 29 and 26 respectively. And well, I guess they're probably just trying to just get a few singles, just steady everything down, and who knows. But I think the exuberant stroke player's gone at the moment, as Barker just works that away on the odd side. In fact, we've got a very different feel to the innings now, haven't we?
Yeah, and you could argue Hampshire don't really need to do any more than that. Just keep their wickets and just grind down the runs. Got to try and fend off the bowling of Simon Harmer, but there's nothing wrong with just taking a hit and run every so often.
Yeah.
Got the time.
But yeah, very, very, so much different now, the Hampshire innings. It's almost like a normal sort of run chase now, isn't it? Just don't do anything silly. Just push the ball into the gaps, get singles.
Barker will face Harmer from the river end. Harmer in. Barker takes a step, knocks that one into the leg side for Sam Cook to field. It's another single. Change of field. The right-hander Abbott, who's got his fluorescent orange gloves and bat handle, which is always nice for something distinctive.
It is, isn't it? Even on this bright day, it still stands out, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Harmer to Abbott. Through to Rossington.
Yeah, it's all very sedate.
It's that sort of post-lunch
Yeah.
There's probably a couple of people maybe having a little sleep as Harmer into Abbott takes a step forward. It'll be fielded by Snater. It's a wide-ish mid-wicket angle, and Hampshire 226 for 8. It's like that person in the test match between England and New Zealand who was having a little post-lunch nap and was suddenly awoken by a wicket. If we see anyone sit up straighter, if there's any big appeals go up, we'll know, won't we? Harmer to Barker. He's forward. It's just defends in front of him. Washington will come in front and pick up and throw back to Harmer. 226 for 8. Abbott on 5 and Barker on strike with 11.
Even Harmer looks just normal at the moment.
Harmer into Barker, clips that one to the leg side, fielded by Tom Wesley, the captain, takes a single.
Yeah, I mean, Harmer doesn't seem to be, you know, maybe this ball is, even though there was this feeling that it was a little bit too hard when it was changed before lunch, but maybe even now it's, Harmer doesn't seem to be getting the same bounce, does he?
It's all gone a bit quiet. Harmer into Abbott, forward. And there's a dive from behind the stumps from Cook, but Abbott is all right. 227 for 8.
A certain Don Topley has tweeted. Yes. So it says Glenn at the back. Hello, Toppers. Former Essex seamer, of course, and BBC Essex commentator. Have you commentated with him, Victoria?
I haven't done a full game. Don is the kind of person where if you just come in and say hello, as I did at one point last year, he said, come on air and have a chat. I said, well, I've never commentated before, Don, but on he got me. So I have been on air with Don, and we often have him on Around the Wicket on BBC Essex as well, taking us through his analysis.
Yeah, he's always very encouraging, that's the main thing. He says, afternoon, he says, for info, the railway station is in town behind you. Beyond Parkway dual carriageway, but the railway line itself runs almost parallel to you in the media box, and the pavilion towards the south, and thereafter to Liverpool Street. There you go. I didn't know that was the line to Liverpool Street.
Yeah.
Why should I? I don't live over this way. Does it go up to does it extend to Colchester as well?
Yes, yeah. So they go sort of either up to Ipswich or sort of Walton, Clacton way.
Oh, okay. Aaron Baird back into the attack. He's round the wicket. The right arm seamer bowls to Barker, who off the back foot clips that away through point, but the field is quite scattered for Barker, and that is a single. There's a couple of fielders out deep away to our left. Barker moves on to 13 off 27. All very serene from Keith Barker. No alarms, no huge shots. Just every now and then pushing the ball into the gap. 228 for 8. Hampshire need 71. I'd be more confident if Hampshire were 5 down at this stage rather than being 8 down, but that's the way it is. I think they've done well to make the game last as long as it has. Certainly the way they were playing, and they had to play really. As Baird's over the wicket to Abbott, goes for the Yorker. Abbott digs that one out, turns that away down to fine leg, and that is another single. Who would have thought that the Hampshire would have a period in their second innings where they were just happy to run singles and play the ball on merit, which is exactly what they're doing at the moment.
Do you think they've taken the right approach at each stage of the game? We had the players who've come out beforehand and have attacked and gone for it. Is this the right approach because it's now, or could they have done this earlier, do you think?
I think that's a good point. I think that's a really good point. There is a different feel, isn't there, now? Barker drives up towards mid-off. Good diving stop there, but it's another single. 230 for 8, 69 needed. That's a really difficult one to answer, I think. I mean, I don't know, I'm sure you've got your own answer there, Victoria. All I would say to that is that I think Harmer looked far more dangerous before lunch than he does now. For whatever reason that is, maybe foot off the gas a little bit really now with Hampshire 8 down and still so far behind. I think Hampshire, I think overall Hampshire have played this right. That's a shorter delivery. Abbott looking for a single as it's turned on the leg side, but there isn't one there. I think now with the ball being older you know, I think maybe the intensity out of the game has just gone a fraction with the wickets that have fallen. I think this morning, and we did see Harmer with a lot of turn and a lot of bounce. I think Hampshire, their tactics are probably, I think you could defend those quite easily. There is the other side when you watch this now and saying, well, but I don't think we had the feel to the game. Edged, and I'm not sure if Rossington got there across on the dive and actually got there, but it was right in front of Cook, but I don't think it would have carried to Alistair Cook. I think Rossington did the right thing.
Yeah, they both dived, didn't they? But straight through and away for 4.
If you're watching on the live picture feed, that's definitely worth another look. It all happened so quick. I think it would have been an amazing take if Rossington had got there. Here we go with a replay. And it's a bit difficult to tell because the sun's shining in the box, but I think it was on the full when Rossington dived across. Now there's another drive, which is a thicker outside edge this time, and that's gone wide of third man, and that's 4 runs. So 2 boundaries in that over for Abbott. Takes the total up to 238 for 8, and Hampshire are 61 runs now away from victory. Still away, but we are now starting to get into an area. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's a couple of boundaries like that, and suddenly it's 61. Another over or 2 at some point, if these two are still together. And all of a sudden then it does ramp up the pressure.
I think I might drop to 75-25 here. just while these two are keeping things going for Hampshire.
So what did you think about Hampshire's tactics this morning then?
No, I think you're right. You probably can defend them. I'm not a cricketer, but I just think if you can just work the total down as Harmer is into Barker, I just see the amount of runs and the amount of time and think you don't need to do anything too crazy. But then, like you say, with Harmer getting the turn and bounce, you do need to go out there and attack it, as he's in again to Barker, who just again defends that one into the leg side. So it's fielded by Shane Snater.
But I just think those 2 balls that Harmer's bowled there to Barker probably sums up where we are now, because those balls have just bounced and been normal.
Third ball of the over from Harmer, pushed back forward by Barker, and also the way that Hampshire have played Simon Harmer. We have seen those wickets from him, the 6 wickets in this innings, the 8 in the first, but they've hit him about. It's been entertaining.
Yep.
It's definitely been an entertaining game of cricket. As Harmer is in, and is that put down as it's just edged away for 2 runs by Barker. There's a diving Michael Pepper and Sir Alistair Cook there at slip and
Golly, it went quickly and it went low, didn't it? And he found the gap as well, Barker, unintentionally. 59 needed.
So 3 dots and 2 runs. Barker forward again, dot ball.
But it does look, even with that edge in that over, it does look as though Simon Harmer's a lot easier to play. And that's because I think he's not getting anywhere near as much bounce at the moment.
Harmer into Barker on the back foot this time, defended for no run. So bar that 2. This tight over from Simon Harmer. Hampshire 240 for 8. Keith Barker 16 and Carl Abbott on 14.
Don't forget, 299 was the total Hampshire were looking to chase down last night. That looked way too many in the context of the game and what we've been seeing, especially from Simon Harmer. But when you see the way things are for Harmer at the moment, and it doesn't seem to be a lot of turn for him at the moment, doesn't seem to be a lot of bounce. They seem to be, certainly Barker seems to be playing in quite easily off the pitch. And you do think if Hampshire could have just kept a couple of wickets back at this stage, I think Essex would be rattled a little bit. But I think with being 8 down, just lost 1 or 2 too many wickets. And he's wrapped on the pad there, Abbott, playing across that one slightly, but it's going down the leg side. I'm going to have to go off and do an update, I'm afraid, Victoria.
That's okay, I will continue. Kevin off to update BBC Radio Solent listeners. You're listening to commentary from BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and via the BBC Sport website and app. You might be watching along on the live stream as well. Hampshire needing 59 to win, Essex needing 2 wickets. Beard from the Hayes close end to Abbott. Clips that one into the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4 runs on the deep fine leg boundary. Moves Hampshire along to 244 for 8. And don't forget, on BBC Essex tomorrow we'll have all the reaction to whatever the result of this game on Around the Wicket. I'll be on from 6 till 7. We'll hear from the Essex camp, we'll hear from Essex fans as well. And we're also going to look ahead to the start of the Sunrisers Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy campaign, as Beard is in again to Abbott. Appeals as that one comes off the pad. They're going to take a leg by here, the Hampshire batters, 245 for 8. It's also been some big scores in the club cricket game as well around Essex, particularly Bella Johnson, who plays for Colchester and East Essex in the Essex Women's Premier League, but also been playing for Chapel and Wakes Cone in the 2 counties. 3 consecutive centuries for her. And I caught up with her a couple of days ago, so it will all be on BBC Essex tomorrow, as Beard is in to the left-handed Barker. Just shows that one the face of the bat, and it will run away to be fielded by Paul Walter at third man. 246 for 8. 53 to win for Hampshire. Momentum slightly shifting in this Day 3 County Championship game. We're into the 2nd session. Beard's penultimate ball of the over to Abbott, defended back down the pitch to Beard, no run. I'm still interested to see how those school children over in the Felsted stand are enjoying things. They all look like they're sitting nice and still, watching on. It's a good game of cricket to come and see. Certainly going to see a result here at the county ground today. Which way will it be though? As Beard moves in for his final ball of the over. Carl Abbott to face. He's forward, back down the pitch and collected by Beard. End of Beard's over then. And there's the 5 runs and the leg by off it. 246 for 8 Hampshire. Beard 10 overs, 44 runs, 2 wickets. Carl Abbott on 18 and Keith Barker on 17. I do wonder from an Essex point of view, we've seen Aaron Beard have some success in the first session today with a couple of wickets, and when Dan Lawrence bowled in the earlier on in the game, he was quite expensive, but Essex missing that other spinner in the form of Matt Critchley in this championship game. He's been out injured, so Essex really relying on the spin of Simon Harmer, and he has come good with his 6 wickets so far in this innings, 8 in the first. Can he finish things off for Essex? He's back on to bowl from the River End. Just waiting for Keith Barker to adjust his pads and get into position. Harmer's in to Barker on the back foot. It's turned away into the leg side, no run. Chased by Dan Lawrence under the helmet there. Harmer to Barker, just comes across onto the off stump and plays it into the offside for no run. 2-dot balls at the start of this Harmer over. Sun beating down now on the county grounds. Harmer into Barker, tries to turn this one away. There's appeals from behind the stumps, nothing given by the umpire. wait to watch that one again on the live stream. Barker was just trying to work that one into the leg side, and Essex thought they'd found their 9th wicket. As it is, Hampshire 246 for 8. Harmer to Barker, again just takes a step back, drops that one towards gully, and it'll be chased by Dan Lawrence. No run there from the batters.
Fortunately, I didn't see that, Victoria, but when I heard the shout, I thought, oh no.
There's much excitement from the Essex fielders. Umpire unmoved. It's Harmer into Barker. This time he clubs that one away. It'll be chased by Snater towards the boundary, and he won't get there. There's a dive from Snater. 4 runs to Barker after 4 dot balls in this Harmer over. And that should be the 250 up. It is the 250 up for Hampshire.
Well, it's, you know, whatever happens from here on in, it's an absolutely unbelievable effort to get this many in the 4th innings on this type of pitch. I always thought 299 was beyond them, but they are closing in, but there's still a lot to do. But clever stuff from Barker. Waited till the man had come up at mid-wicket and hit him over his head.
Final ball of the over from Harmer. Defended for no run and 250 for 8. So just that boundary from Keith Barker off that over. He's on 21. Kyle Abbott up the other end on 18.
Yeah, that ball just teased Snater there, didn't it? I think he might have thought he just got there in time to whisk the ball back, but didn't quite get the ball. Oh, didn't get the hand around the back of the ball. So a useful partnership here between Abbott and Barker. So far, they've put on 37. Yep, 37 runs for the 9th wicket. 49 runs still needed. Surely it's not going to happen. But it has got a bit quieter for Harmer. 6 for 152 from 29 overs. Here's Baird. Shorter delivery as Abbott's on his toes there. Plays it out into the covers. And there is no run. Yeah, it's Baird into his 10th over here. 2 for 44. 2 good wickets from him this morning. Had Fuller caught for 20, and also Liam Dawson caught behind for 5. He's bowled well today, Aaron Baird. A little bit above medium pace, quite brisky. Comes in as well, bowls, and that's short, and Abbott really is on his toes there, playing that into the ground, fielded in the gully.
I was just making the point,
yes.
Beard has bowled well, he's taken a couple of wickets this morning, but Simon Harmer's really the only frontline spinner for Essex. We've got Dan Lawrence, part-timer, been a bit expensive so far. They're missing Matt Critchley in that other spin role for Essex, and you just wonder, you know, would that have maybe made a difference if they'd been able to spin from both ends?
Yeah, Hampshire had that luxury of 2 spinners, although, of course, Harmer is head and shoulders above everything we've seen so far. That's nipped back on Abbott. That'll hurt a little bit, hit on the inside leg. But, yeah, it's interesting that Dan Lawrence used in the first innings, but has not been used at all this innings. I'm trying to look at his figures in the first innings, Victoria. 4 overs for 46, yeah.
Expensive.
Yeah, maybe it's one of the reasons he wasn't. Certainly when Hampshire this morning were going after the bowling. But you would have thought it might be worth a go now, after Baird, do you think?
Oh, yeah, I mean, but you don't really want him to give away that many runs at this point.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want anybody to give any away runs now. That's a low full toss driven by Abbott, but only as far as mid-off. There's no run there.
Simon Harmer can get that success that we've seen so far on day 3. You just need someone up that other end to keep things tight, and it's been a bonus when we've seen Aaron Beard pick up the couple of wickets, just scuffing up the pitch at the other end.
Yeah, got to keep it tight from now on at the seamers, as they've always had to. Cook's bowled 14 overs, none for 37. He's certainly done that. Snater 5 overs, none for 8. He's certainly done that. And Baird into his 11th over, 2 for 44, going over 4 and over, the most expensive of the seamers. But has picked up those 2 wickets, comes in and bowls. That's short, that's over the head of Abbott. That's a good bouncer actually, through to Rossington. Just slightly to the leg side of Abbott. Just watching that on the, just over his left shoulder, but a good one, good height. Score remains on 250 for 8.
Mike from North London says the train goes to Ipswich and Norwich, and it's a lovely train journey.
Ooh. Very nice. Here comes Baird again then. Charges in and short. It doesn't bounce so much this time as Abbott just works that away behind point. There's still several fielders in the deep, making sure that anything that gets past the infield doesn't go to the boundary. So certainly Essex don't want to be conceding too many boundaries at this stage, even though Hampshire still need another 48 to 51 for 8 at this stage. And how many we've had? We've had 59 overs of this Hampshire second innings. Sounds bright, isn't it? Difficult to see the screen.
I think my computer wants to restart. I'm trying to find the snooze button so it doesn't go off in front of me. Not that I can see what's going on it anyway.
Nick Jenkins says the bookies have got Hampshire at less than 2-1 to win. Do they think that Butler and Stokes are out there? I tell you what, if these two get Hampshire over the line, we'll be calling them Butler and Stokes.
Harmer to Abbott. He gets bat on that one. It's fielded by Nick Brown at extra cover for a single.
It's slow but steady progress, isn't it, from these two?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what Hampshire will want and need at this point.
Harmer doesn't look quite the threat that he's been throughout the game at the moment.
And it's Harmer bowling from the river end to Barker. Just bounces up. Washington is there to collect behind the stumps. 252 for 8.
I knew that I'd say it. Just as soon as I said that, one's just turned and bounced a fraction. Yeah, typical. I won't say anything.
Harmer to Barker. He's backing up. He's collected at gully for no run.
I think what Hampshire have done particularly well is, all right, yes, for the left-hander, those two fielders on the offside, but I think for the right-hander, the two fielders looking for catch have hardly been in the game.
Harmer in again to Barker. It's turned away behind the stumps this time. No run.
And for the sake that, there's only been one catch close in on the leg side. I think, we were talking about whether Hampshire's tactics have been right or not. I think that is one thing that has been a plus.
Harmer to Barker. Takes a step back, opens up his body. He'll get a couple of runs. Aaron Beard patrolling the boundary in front of the hospitality suite, collects the ball, moves things along to 254 for 8.
I don't think Essex need to panic yet, but I'm sure that they'll be training their eyes on the scoreboard a little bit more than they have been doing.
Harmer into Barker, pushes forward this time for no run. End of the Harmer over, so 3 off of it, 254 for 8. No panic stations yet, like you say, Kevin, but this will maybe be slightly starting to worry Essex that the target now for Hampshire is 45 to win.
Yeah.
And they have got time to just be playing calmly and just bringing that down at a steady rate.
Yeah. They have been doing. So this partnership currently worth 41 for the 9th wicket, and with 45 needed, they've basically got to do the same. But of course, as we get nearer and nearer that target, the energy will be wrapped up. He's wrapped on the pad and he's gone. Oh, and Baird celebrates on one knee. Abbott looks a little bit disappointed there. The ball kept a little low, just nipped back on him as well. And well, that's sitting leg stump probably. And Abbott has to go for 20, and it's 254 for 9.
It just shifts momentum again, doesn't it? And it's another wicket for a seamer, for Aaron Beard. He's had a good cameo role in this second innings to the spin of Simon Harmer. We said we just wanted to see, from an Essex point of view, him keeping things tight at the other end if Harmer could have the breakthrough, but as it is, Aaron Beard takes the wicket of Carl Abbott.
So Essex 1 wicket away from winning this game. I think all the commentary's you now, Victoria. Is the crowd in front of you just acknowledging the fact you're here.
We've just got commentary going on all over the place. Got some football commentary going on behind me.
Oh, of course, yes. Not the crowd in
Wondered
front of
where
us
I was for
cheering.
a moment. I thought they were cheering the fall of that wicket. Well, they were in front of us because it did feel, although it's, how long has it been between the 8th and the 9th wicket? It did feel like it was a long time coming. That was almost a cheer of relief from the Essex fans who were perhaps starting to get a little bit worried.
Close to 45 minutes. 41 runs. Andrew Jackson, suncricket@gmail.com, says the Hampshire team should have no regrets at getting so close. Another 10 and the crowd will be even more twitchy. That was just before that Abbott wicket.
Brad Wheel is just taking guards. Am I carrying on then?
Yes, it's all yours from now on.
So the wicket was the first ball of the Aaron Beard over from the Hayes close end. One more wicket will guarantee victory for Essex. Beard moves in past the umpire to Wheels. Watches that one fly past his bat into the waiting gloves of Adam Rossington.
Well, Hampshire basically got to try with this partnership that they did in the previous one, but of course it gets harder and harder now, as if it's not been hard enough.
Brad Wheel not out in the first innings for no score. He is the man to be facing Aaron Beard. 3 wickets in this innings for the Essex youngster. Pushed away into the leg side by Wheel for a run. I say youngster, Aaron Beard, because I see him as a youngster. He's 24. I mean, that is still young.
Very young.
That is young. But probably not as young as I think of him because he's been around Essex since a very young age.
Perhaps he just looks young as well.
He does. He does look young. Got his Alice band in.
Is that in fashion these days, or is that a bit yesterday?
It seems to be. It's sort of the Jack Grealish look, isn't it? If you're a football fan, as Beard is in around the wicket to Barker. Just knocks that one down for a single, chased by Simon Harmer in the field. 256 for 9.
Adam Smith, suncricket@gmail.com, says, hi guys, great commentary as always. Thank you very much, Adam, that's kind. Do you think that Hampshire have been a bit too attacking and may have benefited from taking it a bit more slowly and holding on to their wickets and possibly taking it to tomorrow? Gosh, I don't think whatever they would have done with taking it to tomorrow, the amount of overs that are left. Or was the pitch never going to hold on to the last day for that? I'm not sure it held on past the first day, to be honest.
Got an email from the Grumbler at bbc6cricket@gmail.com, which I'll get to in a moment. As Beard is in, it's past the off stump and behind to Rossington. The Grumbler says, I can't remember more grumbling around an Essex game since the denouncement of the 2019 season. Personally, I'm not happy with the spirit around this game. Excessive appealing, words exchanged, players not walking when given out. All we're hearing is the pitch, the poor decisions and the change of ball. If Hampshire lose this game, if so, because they failed to curtail the Essex lower order batters. If they win, fair enough. And yes, you're right, this is the Grumbler saying stop grumbling. Beard moves in to Wheels. He just shows that one the full face of the bat. It's down defended, no run. So end of the over, 256 for 9. Wheel with 1, Heath Barker 24. Hampshire needing 43 to win, Essex the 1 wicket.
Well, I think the email's factually incorrect because what's it? All he's hearing about, or she is hearing about, is what? Because I'm sure the name Simon Harmer's come up a few times.
Yes.
Hasn't
the
admitted
Essex
that in the
pitch
email.
decisions and the change of ball.
Well, they've been big factors, I think, in the game. Big factors. Leave those out, and what you're left with.
But it has also been all about this man Simon Harmer and the wickets that he has taken for Essex. He's in to Barker, who tries a reverse sweep with success because that's run away for 4 runs.
39 needed. How I wish that was about 19 at this stage. I don't think it's grumbling. I think I think they have been major factors in the game. The thing is with some of the chats out there in the middle and that sort of thing. See, once the players get a little bit frustrated with some of the decisions, that then does tend to sort of keep going in the game.
Harmer into Barker, who takes a step back, and that's through the gap. Be chased to the boundary by Michael Pepper as they come back for 2 leg byes.
I wasn't sure if that caught the outside edge. That did turn. The scoreboard showing 43 to win. That can't be right. I think they've got behind again. Yeah.
This time it's hit down the ground by Barker for 1 run, fielded by Paul Walter.
Yeah, it's 36 to win, yeah. Had a little incident with the scoreboard, didn't we, before lunch? Lost a few minutes while they were trying to sort it out, and Hampshire scorer, Alan, came in and said it was the scorer's fault. Nice that somebody won't up.
Never
Not many
admit you're
people
wrong
own up.
as a
I know.
scorer.
Nobody ever owns up these days to anything.
We would have happily accepted that it was some kind of fault where the scoreboard had frozen, but it was all, it was a sort of a mad spell, wasn't there, where we had the change of ball and then the scoreboard out of sync as Harmer is in to wheel, pops up in the air, drops onto the pitch for Pepper to collect for no run.
Now this is where Brad Wheeler's got a big part to play. He's round the wicket here, Harmer, looking to pitch on and straighten. Wheel's got to get this right, whatever shot he plays.
Harmer to Wheel, who just steps across his stumps and watches the ball through to Rossington.
Yeah, he's got, you know, it's still a tall order, of course, but Barker is playing so well at the moment that you feel he can keep going on for a while.
Harmer to Wheel, defends that one down for no run. Applause around the ground for the end of the Harmer over. 263 for 9, Hampshire are. Brad Wheel 1, Keith Barker 29, needing 36 to win. Essex still needing that 1 wicket.
Yeah, needed 115 at lunch, had 184 for 6. Then Anara and Donald going in about 10 minutes into the afternoon session. Bowled by Harmer, stepping away, trying to force him through the covers, which is a little unwise. Although 1 or 2, maybe more than 1 or 2 of the Hampshire batters have been using that as a means of being positive. He was out for 29, then Ben Brown out 10 minutes later, LBW to Harmer for 26, then Kyle Abbott, the latest to go, also LBW, but to Aaron Baird for 20. One that nipped back on him.
Aaron Beard's going to continue from the Hayes close end. Keith Barker, the left-hander to face. He's got 1 slip in as he moves past the umpire, and that's just knocked away into the offside by Barker. Takes a single. It's fielded by Paul Walter.
Barker's just looked. Sorry, Victoria, I didn't mean to cut across you, but I think Barker's just played, doesn't he? Really? I mean, he doesn't look in too much trouble. It's probably rather fortuitous that Simon Harmer doesn't seem to be getting quite the same bounce, but he looks comfortable out there.
It's very relaxed.
He does, yeah. 30 off 51, and you do feel that it's really going to be down to the fact, or how long Brad Wheel can stay with him.
And it is Brad Wheel on strike. His Beard is in over the wickets. Bounce it through to Rossington. Wheel just watches that one fly past.
I think that's quite a deliberate short ball there, just to try and get Brad Wheel stuck on the crease a little bit for one that maybe nip back in this over as well, the one that like a similar delivery that got Abbott.
Brad Wheel on strike. Hampshire 264 for 9. Beard's 3rd ball of the over from the Hayes close end. It's forward and defended into the offside by Wheel.
This could be a very, very long afternoon if Brad Wheel can just hang around.
I can't believe the school children have gone home before I guess it is coming up to school home time, isn't it? They've had to go before the last wicket.
It's a shame, isn't it? The 1 minute they were there, 1 minute they were gone.
Yeah, there wasn't any sort of chaos as they were all filed out of the ground. Beard to Wheel. It's through to Rossington, playing a miss there from Wheel. Oohs and ahs from the crowd waiting to see if Essex can get this victory.
Good bowling there from Aaron Baird. Just a bit of extra bounce there, just enough. Bowling with decent pace as well on a wicket that's not really given the seamers too much help from that Hayes close end. Only Kyle Abbott seemed to have got much bounce out of it on a regular basis. Cook had at times early on in the game. Baird has certainly found the odd one.
3 wickets for him in this innings, in this match. He moves into Will, who does manage to drive that one out towards the boundary for 4.
I'll tell you what, James Vince would have been happy with that cover drive. That's a lovely shot, just lent into that, out of the meat of the bat, into the gap. That was a beautiful shot. I'd use that as a training video, that.
Looked comfortable there, didn't he? We're
Sure.
saying, how long can he stay there? Well, if he can play shots like that, Hampshire will be happy. 31 to win. 1 wicket for Essex. Hampshire 268 for 9. Beard in for his final ball of the over to Wheel, who just lets that one pass the off stump to Rossington. No run. End of the over. Beard's bowled 13 for 52 runs in those 3 wickets. Hampshire 268 for 9.
Yeah, still Felix Organ with the top score in the Hampshire innings, 65 off 79 deliveries, 5 sixes, and all of those were slog sweeps off Simon Harmer. 3 of them last night, 2 of them this morning. Out towards deep mid wicket, he found a way of playing Harmer when Harmer was at his most lethal. It has to be said, with turn and bounce. Picked the right balls to do that as well. But he was the first man out. He was giving him and Ian Holland, I have to say, gave Hampshire almost a perfect start this morning. They stayed together for 45 minutes, taking the score overnight from 35 to 97. It's been a fairly steady flow of wickets since then, as indeed we would have expected.
Harmer from the river end to Barker, takes a step back, just drops into the offside. Sort of sun just creeping behind the clouds now. Not quite sure whether I still need the sunglasses on, which Simon Harmer's got on as he moves in for his second ball of the over, turned into the leg side for no run by Barker.
Yeah, he's not taking it. Now that's interesting as well, because the field is set in a way actually to give Barker get him off strike, because rather than having 2 fielders close in on the offside, they've only got 1 now. They're protecting the boundaries a little bit more, but Barker could have taken a single, but doesn't want to expose Wheel too much to Harmer.
Harmer in as Barker takes a couple of steps down the pitch. It's fielded by Paul Walter.
Again, he could have taken one, couldn't he, down at deep mid-off, but decides against it. It's going to give Wheel as little exposure to Harmer as possible.
Harmer in again to Barker, just comes forward. Defends that into the leg side for no run. Collected by Harmer, 268 for 9. Yeah, the Essex field have given Barker space and the opportunity if he wants to take it, but I don't think he's going to. 4 dot balls so far in this over.
Yeah, he might do this ball if he can.
Harmer into
No.
Barker, no. Turns it into the leg side again. There's no run.
I'm really surprised at that. I'm just wondering if maybe Barker's decided that Wheel will take Baird and he will take Harmer, or maybe he's going to just gamble and hope that off the last ball of each over of Harmer he can get the single.
Keep the strike.
Yeah.
Harmer to Barker. It just bounces up, drops into the offside. He's not going to keep the strike because there's no run off that final ball, so it remains 268 for 9. Maiden over there from Simon Harmer. As Essex still searching for that final wicket. 31 runs for Hampshire to win.
Well, if this is going to be the tactics and these two can stay out in the middle for a little while longer and get closer, might have been a good decision of mine not to check out the hotel. I can't. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but even so, this could be a long time knocking off any of these last 31 runs if these are the tactics.
Shane Snater's going to come to bowl from the Hayes Close end. If they do take their time, would you like to continue to commentate from the Hayes Close end?
Well, it's up to you, Victoria, and you know, Glenn, really, because you know, obviously it's only 1 ball now where Essex win, so I'm in your hands here.
Go on,
Do you want to have a rest?
take
Do you want to have a
Shane
rest?
Snater, you take Shane
Okay.
Snater.
Here's that Snater then. You're not expecting him to take a wicket then. As he turns that away to fine leg. So you do know the game. 269 for 9. That's 30 runs needed. Of course, we're not saying that Shane Snater isn't going to take a wicket. It's just on the balance, he's the least likely to be taking a wicket. Yeah, well. Sorry. Didn't take you long to work it out. So Wheel moves on to 6, and that brings Barker back on strike. 30 exactly.
If I'm wrong, then
Absolutely.
I'll be happy to be wrong.
That's all right. Well, the minute the wicket, I'll let you take over. All right. I'll just say, oh, he's out, and then you can go. Snater's round the wicket to Barker, who pulls that away, and that is going over mid-wicket. 4, 6, 6 runs into the tent, just to the left of the pavilion. Cracked that away, did Barker. Short delivery there from Snater, and that takes it down to 24 to win. Wow. Sure you don't want to be back on strike? On commentary?
It might need to be you at this rate.
Barker moves on to 36 off 58 deliveries. Hampshire 275 for 9. Just the one slip in. That's Sir Alistair Cook as Snater comes round the wicket again. That's worked away into the gap. There'll be at least 2 through mid-wicket on the ground. Not in the air this time. 2 more to Barker. Takes him on to 38. And Hampshire need 22 runs to win. Remember, 299 they needed last night when they started their second innings, with Simon Harmer getting the ball to bounce and turn, and all the talk last night, in fact, since Harmer's first spell on the first night, was we ain't hanging around, we're going to play our shots. Hampshire have done that. It hasn't always worked, as Barker gets just wrapped on the top of the pad there, as it maybe just off the bat, actually, the top of the bat, as it goes back to the bowler who was looking to work that on the leg side. But I don't think anybody believed, and I'm not even sure Hampshire really truly believed they'd even get even this close.
I don't think you did you?
No, I didn't, no.
Improbable.
No, I know. I am surprised that Hampshire have got even this close, but still 22 to get. Don't take a leaf out of my book and suddenly get excited. For me, that's still a lot. But Barker is giving Essex a bit of thinking to do now, because Alistair Cook has come out of the slip area, because Snater has 2 balls left, and they will want to keep Barker at this end and have Harmer bowl a full over at Brad Wheel. So the field is reflecting that, with a ring of fielders on the offside, 2 on the leg side, all saving 1. Barker works that away down to fine leg. They'll get 1. He runs the first one quickly, thinking that there might be 2. And in fact, it's gone for 4. It split the field. There are 2 men away to our left, 1 at fine leg and 1 at backward to square leg. It's a short boundary, and Barker's timed that beautifully, and it's gone for 4. Now, that's great in the short term, because it's now just 18 to win, but he's still got the same problem with this last delivery, because he's got to somehow still farm the strike. But it's down to 18 now. This cannot happen, surely.
Close.
So there is a ring of fielders, and even the square leg comes up now. So 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg side, all saving a single, as Barker faces Snater. Barker drives up to mid-on, but there's not a single there. Will's got to get back, dives in. Throw misses the stumps. The mid-on was very close indeed. Will was going to go, but even though he only got 3 or 4 paces down the wicket, he had to turn back and dive. End of the over, it's Will to face Harmer, with Hampshire 281 for 9, needing 18. I think you should do this over. Do you think, Glenn? I think, Victoria, this is your over. I think you should do Harmer.
Yes, okay. See what Harmer can do. This is much closer than Essex would have hoped for, with the 9 wickets that they've taken so far on day 3. 18 to win for Hampshire now. Keith Barker trying to steer things the way of the visitors. He's 42 not out. Brad Wheel is there with him on 6, and he will face Harmer from the river end.
This is a big over for Hampshire. However, Brad Wheel survives this.
Harmer to Wheel, just on the back foot, and he's managed to creep that one through short leg and take a single, which will bring Barker onto strike. That's not what Essex would have wanted.
Fortunately, he hit it just into the ground just before it got to the short leg fielder, but yes, Barker back on strike. 17 needed. Butterflies going a bit now?
Yes, very tense. But a good game of cricket.
It is.
A good game of cricket. Harmer to Barker. He's trying that reverse sweep. It's missed the fielder, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Leg byes. That's bringing the target further down for Hampshire.
It was just going down the leg side as well. I worried there with it hitting the pad that was close to being LBW, but if you look on the live picture feed, it's going on, it's not turning. Would have been missing leg stump. 13 needed.
13
I cannot believe we're this close.
Simon Harmer bowling to Keith Barker. He takes a couple of steps down, he's going to try and whack that for 6. Is he going to be out? He will be out. Paul Walter at mid-off takes the catch that steers Essex to victory, just as Hampshire looked to be turning this game around with 13 needed to win. Keith Barker has gone for the big hit. He's been caught by Paul Walter, and Essex win at the county grounds.
A win by 12 runs, 286 all out. Barker perishes.
And that final wicket as well going to Simon Harmer. 15 wickets in the game for him.
7 for 161 in the second innings.
I think that might be a career best for Simon Harmer. He did take 14 against Middlesex here at the county ground last season. But when Essex needed him in this county championship match against Hampshire, he has got the wickets. Keith Barker with 42, caught Walter, bowled Harmer, the final wicket to fall in this game. Well, what a finish that was, Kevin.
Wasn't it just, eh? I mean, that was brewing up nicely, wasn't it, really? And I think Barker there deciding that the short boundary, straight, he backed himself there. He just didn't quite get hold of it. You could tell the way it came off the bat, you thought, is that really going to carry far enough? And in the end, it was a simple catch, wasn't it? At deepish mid-off. But what a game. Absolutely, what a game. Fantastic. Well done to Essex. Well done to Simon Harmer as well, who kept going even when actually in the afternoon session things weren't really happening for him as much. And in fact, they weren't really happening for him first thing this morning when Hampshire were playing all sorts of weird and wonderful shots off him. And he had to wait 45 minutes to pick up his first wicket in the first innings, having bowled 6 overs the night before and getting hit through mid-wicket with those slog sweeps. But Simon Harmer, quite rightly, lifting the ball and showing the ball to the crowd. It's been a wonderful effort from him. Yes, it's been a wicket that's helped him, but you've still got to do it at the end. And Hampshire, to get 12 runs within 12 runs of a victory, an absolutely amazing effort. Highly entertaining game, Victoria.
I said it was ambitious. They took the ambition on, didn't they?
They did.
And I was very nervous in that last couple of overs, particularly if we'd have had another Shane Snater over. We saw the big hitting off Barker in that one as well. Yeah, I mean, thankfully we didn't get to that point from an Essex point of view. They've got the victory, and I think that's a good thing from an Essex point of view as well, because we were saying on Friday how the break in the T20 for the county championship had almost come at the wrong time. Essex building a bit of momentum in that competition, and we said the same thing when we had the break from the county championship into the T20. They were on a good roll in the other formats of the game, and would they be able to translate that? But they've definitely backed things up, being back to county championship ways, and they needed that if they're to stay in the hunt in Division 1.
That's for sure. That's ended a run of 3 straight wins for Hampshire as well, and back-to-back wins for Essex, and they're 1 game behind, aren't they, most teams in Division 1, so that has certainly helped. I'm not sure the live table is quite updated quickly enough, but Essex will certainly improve on their position in the table. But what a game, actually, over the 3 days. And what a day, really. It was the day that we thought it would be, and in fact probably a little bit more, with Hampshire getting so close.
Absolutely. Great advert for county championship cricket within 3 days.
That's for sure.
Happened. So we will go off and get our respective reactions. You will go and speak to the Hampshire camp, we'll speak to the Essex camp, and we will have even more chat and analysis about this game tomorrow on BBC Essex on Around the Wicket between 6 and 7, as well as some talk about the Sunrisers and the club cricket scene in Essex as well. But I think a brilliant effort from Hampshire and a brilliant game all round from both sides. Thank you very much for listening to everyone who's been with us here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and listening via the BBC Sport website and app. Essex back in action in the T20 at the end of this week, looking to get that final win to secure their quarter-final place. But safe travels back to Hampshire, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoyed working with you. Thank you. And Glenn.
We'll see you again soon. From myself, Victoria Polly, Kevin James and Glenn Speller. Thank you and goodbye.